Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Mazee nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, born with the soul of warrior. I will remain a contender, born with the soul of warrior. I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, born with the soul of a warrior. I will remain a contender, born with the soul of a warrior. I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will.
right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is February the 9th. So we have a great show planned for you. Shout out to everyone. So before I get started, let me send a shout out to Brother Tavis for letting us use his song, Soul of a Warrior. We appreciate you for that. The instrumental that you heard, shout out to Nisi Poo. That is her original as well. Brother Tavis's song is an original, Soul of a Warrior. That flute action that we just played, that's Nisi Poo, aka Tamika. That's her original thing. So shout out to her. I had to play that this week. We were in a meeting. When was that Sunday? We were in a meeting Sunday. And she purposely, it was so funny, because it was just a meeting with our team, so it wasn't a formal meeting. So she purposely sitting up there cooking, because she's on the West Coast time, all of us on the East Coast time. So it was breakfast for her. Why is she gonna put up to the camera a box of grits and a box of that damn cream of wheat, baby? She know put it up to the camera, and she proceeds to make the cream of wheat. And I'm like, you're lucky this ain't my little meeting, because I would drop your ass off this call taunting me with that cream of wheat. So shout out to Nisi Poo. Thank you for letting us use your original song, that beautiful song. All right, fam. So we are on episode 5 of our series, Universal Language, Codes, and Symbols. If this is your first time joining us, the purpose of this series is kind of to outline from a metaphysics standpoint how this realm is powered, okay? How this matrix is powered. Also realizing that this is a matrix, how we know it's a matrix. Talk about how mathematics is really the universal language that can be translated into symbols and codes, and how secret societies throughout the different ages have utilized this universal mathematic language and symbols and codes. Okay, so I highly encourage you to go back if this is your first time. Check out the first couple episodes. In the first couple episodes, we talked about universal law and as it relates to karma within universal law, laws, plural, and polarity. We got into numerology, and we talked about the flower of life. We talked about Kabbalah. Last week we got into what does really the Baphomet means. So we're going to pick up where we left off tonight, and we're going to tonight get into vibrations and frequencies. So I'm really excited about tonight. I'm getting great feedback from the family on this series, so it is much appreciated. Okay, so let's send a shout out to our family in the chat. So shout out to son Scotty. We love you, son. He is, doing his thing with his job. He's traveling, so he's safely doing his thing. He's in Washington, so safe travels, son. Go ahead on, do your thing. Get your money on. Shout out to Sis Stephanie Cook. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Cece. Shout out to Kashiva. Good to see you, beloved. Sis Sandra in the house in the chat. Shout out to Sis Angela. Let me see if I'm missing anyone. Shout out to Kimbo. Shout out to Brother Sean in the chat. And let me see, am I missing anyone else? And shout out to the Nightbot, doggone it. And then shout out to the YouTube family watching. Okay, fam. So, let's go ahead and get started, because y'all know how we roll. We got a lot to cover. Let me bring on my co-host and hostess. Let me hit the record, because I'll be the main
recording in progress.
Attitude. If something happens to this stream, Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Let's see, sis, you should be good. Trying to unmute you, sis Sandra.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, there you are. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you too, Sis Rhonda, and you, Tom Jones. You forgot Tom Jones.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. My bad, baby. I didn't mean to forget you. Welcome aboard, sweetheart. Okay.
Especially when men threw up diamonds or
I
women
know,
throw
that's
up
so sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
How are you, sis?
I'm doing good, thank you. Thanks for asking. How about yourself?
I'm good. We going through, girl, child. Why was it 60 degrees today? Wind is whipping, and so now because the wind is like 60 miles per hour, and so now the temperature is about to drop, and I feel it because I feel a headache coming on. But I'm doing well. Just busy, but all is well.
Yeah, 66 here looks like. I'm like, what?
Yeah, this is weird. It shouldn't be like that at all here. I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong. I'm like, Mother Earth, if that is your natural weather pattern that you are trying to raise the temperature, I'm here for it. I'm all in support of it. So, hey, it is what it is. So, but good to hear your voice,
sure.
sis. Let me bring on Brother Sean, and then he's coming in. And then son Scotty just jumped on. So, Brother Sean, you can... There you go. Uh-oh, I was trying to unmute you.
Peace and love, y'all.
Hey, we'll do son Scotty. Peace and love, son Scotty. How are you?
Peace and love.
I'm doing great, doing good.
Good to hear your voice.
Wholeness and power.
Peace and love,
Peace
Brother
and
Sean.
love.
How are you?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead on and get started. With that said, before I get started, so this is going out to just a quick joke. Then we're going to move on. So, Christmas time, that's family time. So I literally was over my sister's, and I walked in the house because the theme is, okay, we're going to keep Christmas light because Granny had just transitioned, just everybody, like, we're going to keep everything light, this, that, and the third. And so my sister was like, oh, let's just have a pajama day where we just watch movies. And so, and this is a shout out to Brother Junior. He's going to laugh because he expressed a story about him calling the authorities. Brother Sean and Sister Sandra, it seems like Black people, we get a certain age and it ain't the police no more.
Right. Get all proper, like.
Right, the authorities, right? So he was telling a story, and it was funny as hell. He had me in stitches. How he had to call the authorities on some women who had hit this white lady's car in the parking lot, and got out the car, cussed her out, and pretty much got out the car in their pajamas. My country ass, they pajamas. So, and had bonnets on and fuzzy house shoes. And so he was really pissed about that. So I'm saying all that. Junior could laugh at that when my sister was like, yeah, because we going to have a pajama party. And all I thought is, now if my ass put on these Christmas pajamas, get up in my truck, drive over there, just my luck, something going to fucking happen. and I'm gonna get out this goddamn truck and get video in these pajamas. I'm like, nah, sis, I ain't finna do that. So I'm not doing that. So I actually had on my Christmas t-shirt, Junior, that I ordered from you. Not t-shirt, my sweatshirt. And some jeans. But I had my hair like I have it tonight and with my scarf on. So I walk in the door and my sister, she's silly just like me. She was like, oh, sis, you look so cute, blah, 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 with your little hair. And now, Tracy Bear, you'll get this. She'll start laughing. She said, you look like a Cabbage Patch doll.
Uh-oh.
I just started busting up. And she like,
my.
what you laughing at? I'm like, oh my God, somebody else had called me a Cabbage Patch doll as a slant because of my hair. She said, girl, what you do? I laughed and agreed with her. I'm like, shit, because when you're right, you're right. So I didn't have an attitude about that at all. So we were kind of chuckling on that. And so she had wind up like braiding up her hair because she had conditioner in it. And she looked just like she did when she was like 3 or 5 years old as a little toddler, because I'm the older sibling. And so I'm like, oh my God, you look like just when you were a toddler, this, that, and the third. You look so cute. And so our other play cousin gonna pull up on his phone the black girl rug rat that had the little ponytails, and we just fell out laughing. So just shout out to the fam. I'm like, okay, this just one of those days. I'm just put my hair in these 2 braids, braid it and keep it pushing. Anyhow, so I just thought that I wanted to share that story with y'all. I was called a Cabbage Patch doll, looking like a Cabbage Patch doll by my own sister. Now, you know that's a damn shame. I'm just going to have to own that. So it is, it is what it is. So it's all good. All right, so with that said, we're going to start. And peace and love, brother I'm born, my spade partner. Okay. So we're going to get into, go ahead on with the fuckery. So we're going to start with Sis Sandra. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery this week?
Well, let's talk about that Cabbage Patch.
Okay.
Okay, because I just heard that they really going into it to make these proteins, these artificial proteins at Salesforce. It came out of UC San Francisco with Progen is the company, and they're gonna make children, your designer children, so you could have whatever kind of child you want.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
It's interesting because because there is a decline worldwide in the birth rates. According to whatever they feel the birth rate numbers will be, women just aren't having a bunch of babies like they used to. And it's for a variety of reasons, of course. Definitely economics, definitely just the dynamics between men and women, and also some people just don't feel they want to bring any children into this current society the way it is. Okay, so China, all of Asia, as a matter of fact, so China, Japan, India, negative birth rates, and I really don't feel sorry for them because they purposely suppressed the women, and they value the male child over the women child. So goddamn it, deal with your karma. It is what it is. I feel no motherfucking type of ways about it. And if I really want to keep it real funky, I feel no type of ways about it around the world as a whole. Because, we understand how energy moves. And this is a huge energy shift going on from the current environment. Okay, so specifically patriarch or it's dying out. Patriarch and capitalism. The shit is dead. Okay, so women need to move accordingly. Okay, and far as I'm concerned, it's probably about 50 years. It should have been started 50 years ago with cutting down on the birthing numbers. Okay, so they're trying to substitute that. Women not giving birth to these designer babies. Now, based on that Cabbage Patch drop from the YouTube channel, I think it's Mine Unveiled, about he felt that the incubator babies reset the population that we see today. So in other words, this incubator / designer baby concept is not new. And that very well can be the case, but it is definitely as a result of the negative birth rates. Now, how I feel about it, go for it. I tell for them, goddamn it, go for it. Do what you gonna do, because basically the people, that 1% that I've talked about, that I continue to talk about, and the planet herself has spoken. No, we're done with the foolery. We're done with this particular frequency that has not benefited most. Okay, so knock yourself out with your technology. I'm going to continue to sit unbothered. Have at it. Okay. So I'm sorry, sis. I'll pause and let you continue.
No, actually, I was looking at it. It's a reset, and it could be also a good financial investment, because you know who's doing it. If you want to go that route,
right?
Was it? Yeah, I told you what the company was. I forget. Yeah, so either way, but they're trying to get rid of the old folks and substitute new people, and they're talking Third World War now, nukes and all that kind of stuff. And we know this is a sealed globe. They would be
and they always pull out that war card, if you notice.
Yeah,
and the thing, and I'm gonna tell you all something. This is my opinion. The reason the World War III has not jumped off is because the people don't want it.
That's right.
The people aren't consenting to it. So that shows you how the energy moves in the realm. Yes, sir.
There's already World War III.
Oh, yeah.
And they already set off the nukes. And everybody who took that stuff, nukes going off in them.
Yeah.
They dropping dead.
Biological warfare.
They dropping dead of heart attacks and strokes and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, war. The thing about it is, it's just changed. You know, it's information warfare, and anything that's going to keep us distracted, because you know what their main objective is.
Right.
Our energy. If they can keep you focused on them by telling their stories about what they doing. We creating this technology. We got artificial babies. We doing this. We doing that. Like you say, all shit that's been done. They've been showing us this shit in the movies.
Right.
Ain't nothing new about none of this shit. They just pulling everything out of their ass now, because they know this shit over with.
Right.
So they just throwing everything at us and the kitchen sink.
Yep.
Thing is, we just can't fall for that shit.
Exactly.
You need your energy for yourself.
they even had the Bufferman out there at the Grammys. I like, look at that. That's the same thing we are just talking about.
What you
Oh yeah,
say that
that was
again, sis?
They had the Bufferman out there at the Grammys.
Child, I don't even watch that foolishness. Did
I
they?
didn't watch
What
it
yeah.
part? Tell
That
me,
was
y'all,
gonna
what
be my
part?
go ahead with
In
the
the very
fuckery.
beginning. In the very beginning.
Child.
I saw a replay. I don't watch any of this stuff.
Yeah,
I
shit. I
saw
be
a
knocked out.
replay.
Yeah, but anyhow. Mm.
Yeah. And so they were, in their deathful worship. Sam somebody was up there singing the
Sam Smith.
song. Smith. Oh
Oh,
yeah, that's
okay.
it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were doing their little, I guess, worshiping him or whatever. And I said,
It
that ain't what that
isn't
thing
he
is about.
gay, or am I thinking of the wrong person?
Yeah,
Yes,
he's the
Sam
switcher.
Smith is gay, and the performance was with a transgender who was the first transgender to win a Grammy Award, Kim Petras.
Okay, so
You, yeah.
what do you think, son Scotty? Do you think they purposely had Smith and the transgender with the Baphomet?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
everything is done with intention and purpose. That was like part of my going with the fuckery is to get us to tune into the everyday rituals that they put here in front of our face. We see them as like, oh, let me watch the award shows and the celebrities, or this sporting event, or even this court trial that's on TV or whatnot.
Right.
They're all rituals to harness your energy, and they're just showing you right in front of your face as part of their disclosure, because
Right.
that's their thing. Like that's their main way of doing disclosure, because they know that a lot of people they will buy into the fact that it's on TV, it's in a movie, it's even the news. They'll be like, just because it's through that medium, they'll give it the benefit of the doubt and just give it their consent that it's not something that's really real.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I definitely feel like it was done on purpose. The Grammys and those award shows were created as rituals to give these symbolic icons made of gold and shining symbols, ornamental. They were made to give, their people idols and to worship them. That's what the award shows was made for. And so if it was done purposely, yeah, because my thing was because it was a big hoorah about Beyonce at the Grammys, because we talk about numerology and numbers and symbols and all that. She is the most awarded person in Grammy history with 32 Grammys right now.
Child, no, they didn't say 32.
Yes, now look, this the gag, because all of her Grammys are in these other categories. She never won in the big top ones, and that's always the gag. It'll be like her for, album of the year or song of the year, and they give it to some random white person. Or like Adele, which she even was like, y'all know y'all should have gave this to Beyonce. What the fuck? I don't deserve this. What is going on? Da, 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 da. So my thing is, I feel like they gonna wait until the next one to give her the one that they all been waiting for, because that'll be the 33rd. And then that'll be like, the capstone. They'll have their little rituals, and then everybody gets appeased that finally this institution has done us right and given us
it's a ritual.
It's a ritual. Mm-hmm. It's a ritual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because even, and I'm glad you brought that up with the 32, 33, because even when you hear about them talking about the number 32, that's really 33, because you take the 2 and say that do that 3 2 times, that's 33. So they're really still talking about 33. When you hear them talking about 32, it's still really 33. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see next year if she's up for something and she wins, if they do a hoopla ritual. That very interesting.
I think she looked more real this time instead of some animated something. because she's been really animated, looking like a robot or something lately. Especially when she rides that horse.
Oh, this was my other thing, because the entertainment, the sports, all of that, that's like the main place that you can see the rituals, like music videos. They doing the ritual. We be like, oh, look at people be breaking it down like, duh, like that's where they gonna put all the stuff. Yeah, you saw the Baphomet. Yeah, you saw the Black Sun. Yeah, that's where they put the shit right in your face. And so Beyonce, a Virgo, we talking about the astrological clock and all this type of stuff. And we have another person who was so awarded in history, who was also a Virgo, Michael Jackson. And he had the highest selling album of all time,
right?
Thriller, 70 million copies worldwide. Before it was streaming, when you had to actually buy these motherfuckers.
Exactly.
So, but the biggest thing that's happening right now with him, Michael Jackson and his estate is selling his music catalog for like almost $1 billion.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't sell it. I don't know why they can't lease it out, but child.
And you know how it goes with these monies and the catalogs and the estates and the trust and the selling off of.
That's why I leave y'all shit in trust, family, because goddamn it, the next generation and them, you're not gonna take my hard-earned energy that's I have generated into wealth and piss my shit away. But that's interesting. Okay. Oh, just real quick, I did want to shout out. I see Nisi Poo in the chat, so shout out Nisi Poo. I had to tease you about that damn multi-meal. I want to vomit, but so shout out to Nisi Poo in the comments. Another thing, somebody brought up a good point. Think in G caps. Beyonce's name is even 33 in gematria. Beyonce, Shakira, Lana Turner, Tina Knowles. And I get that connection, think in G caps. I get the connection you just made there. So those who know. Other thing I wanted to say when you said, sis, that Beyonce looked more real. Brother Sean and I, in passing earlier today, I had messaged him back, and I was saying that I think, and it's just not me, this shout out to the other YouTubers that's kind of been pointing this out. And I don't get into this on my show because it's not my forte. Other people do an absolutely wonderful job breaking this stuff down. So I stay in my damn lane. So I appreciate their work and I keep it pushing. But they've kind of pointed out, and I'm starting to agree with them, that a lot of these entertainers, so that's including sports people, all of that, and I'm going to put politicians in there as well. They are
LeBron.
either,
I said we just had LeBron breaking that shots or whatever.
Yeah, shit. But these particular folks, I believe every time they put them in public, especially when you're like multi-millionaire or super duper star, like Beyonce is a perfect example. I don't believe every time they say, oh, that's Beyonce, that's Beyonce.
No.
You see what I'm saying? It could be somebody, impersonating her, whatever the case may be. I know a lot of people talk about people getting switched out.
Like Lopez?
Yeah, Dave Chappelle, I mean, he looks totally different than when he first came out. Now, that's just me. And some say that he was switched out. I think that these particular people, they just play roles in the public eye. So meaning their role is, let's take Beyonce, for example. That is a role. That is a character that she's playing. And they could get anybody else to step in and play said character, Of course, they have to be look close to how she looked, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6.
Mhm.
And so if anything ever happens to her, or if she wants to not do it anymore, she could sit back and chill and live her regular personal life. And then this quote, quote, actor can play that persona of Beyonce. So I believe, now this is just my personal opinion, and shout out to the YouTubers that really dig deep in this. They bring some hella receipts. They seem like they're quite on the money about these celebrities and politicians playing different roles. They're doing a good job on that. So I feel when people talk about the contract, so meaning people signing these entertainment contracts, and that also includes political folks too, let's be clear. Folks signing these contracts, people always say they're signing a deal with the devil. Okay. Part of that, I believe, is the actual deal is, we're going to make you famous. We're going to make you rich. But please understand, this is your persona. This is your persona. We own that persona. So we're able to tell you what agendas to push. We're able to tell you when it's time to retire that character. Okay. That's just my personal opinion. That's how I think that they are doing it.
And they are consenting to being a vessel to like opening up certain portals and being like the vessel for that type shit. Because like they not doing no rituals with, say for instance, why are they always choosing, so-called Black women to do certain things? So like, they are definitely certain ones of them. We talk about, the astrology and knowing your genealogy. They're definitely picking these people out because like when we saw in Lovecraft Country, like they needed that bloodline to activate them Tesla coils to do that little ritual.
Very, very interesting. Yes, I 1000% agree with you. So yeah, that's just my personal opinion. That don't mean it's like that. Think in GCAP said they do it all. Oh yes, even Solange filled in before they can get the same body types and put on a mask in case, or a mask in case. Think of Scooby-Doo. Yeah, Masked Singer show, the Mask movie. I totally agree with you. That's just my opinion. I just think it's a persona or a character that they play, and these folks have a separate personal life, and sometimes they're not even playing those characters all the time. So when you see them in public, that may not actually be the original person.
So with the next one we got coming up is the Super Bowl, Rihanna. So we got, and we're gonna have two. We got the sports. We know we in Rome Stadium, all that type stuff. But then we got another celebrity that ain't been in the public eye. She done had a baby, all this type stuff. So keep your eyes peeled for these.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to watch that because I don't watch the Super Bowl stuff. But I'm going to try to watch that live because I want to be there to see what rituals they're pulling off. So
even down to the commercials.
Speaking of LeBron, though.
His boule ass. He definitely got a boule tattoo on his chest, but continue.
He's a walking ritual from this point on.
A walking ritual.
He's a walking ritual because every point he scores puts him further and further in history. Long as his point total keep going up Until he stops shooting the goddamn bull, he's a ritual. The ritual ain't over until he retires and they have the ceremony.
Right. I mean, what is LeBron's nickname?
King
James. No.
King
Oh, King
James,
James.
right?
King James. Speaking of that, Lex Will plugged his name into Google, I guess it was, and it came up that he is related to King James, and it talked about his 89th grandfather or something like
And
it.
shout out to
I
Lex
can't remember.
Will. Child.
Yes.
That
Yeah,
I
he
said
plugged
shout
it
out to
in.
Lex Will. That don't surprise me because we all picked it up. Shit. We
And-
know
and
real
Michael-
history, but I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
And Michael Strahan, he's
Strahan.
related to
He's
Strahan.
King
Constantine.
George, right?
No,
Stewart
Constantine.
bloodline.
Is it Constantine? I thought he said George. Okay,
Mm-mm.
Constantine. Nonetheless, when he came out with that information, I said straight up, I'm like, okay, Black European, okay, repping your set.
Yeah.
So
you know,
Sis Nonya said yes. Wasn't he a steward? Yes, LeBron James.
yeah, he was.
It don't surprise
Uh-huh.
me at all, honey.
And King James, I think, was named King LeBron James. That's what it showed on that Google.
Yeah, people think that name LeBron is something black. That'd be another thing too.
Blink,
Black
blink,
people like,
blink,
oh, we
blink,
just made that name
75
up. Be like,
times.
nah,
Blink,
go
blink,
back
blink.
in history. That was somebody's real name. They done switched it to a surname, put it as the first name.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's why pay attention to them names. So wait a minute. I don't want to lie up upon these people. Now, baby, what you say, LeBron name is just the LeBron. What is that associated with now?
King
It's
James.
giving me Huguenot LeBron.
But I thought you said somebody found the historical reference to that LeBron name.
Oh, Lex Will did it. I was watching him doing it. I said, "Oh, is that what he did? He just plugged it in there, LeBron's James," and that's where it popped up. And also Strahan, Michael Strahan.
Yeah,
he
but
popped-
Strahan, in his defense, he came out and admitted, yeah, I'm related to
Constantine.
I don't know why I thought it was King George,
But
but
you-
nonetheless, it don't matter.
But see, that tells you that you could do the same thing if you know your family's name of people, and that the mother, his mother, James LeBron's mother, knew who he is, and she knows who she is.
like I done took and told y'all. Well, first of all, that's what called doing your genealogy is.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I ain't been linked to none of the royals. Now I do know, pretty sure. I just kind of been delaying verifying it.
Oh,
But not a royal, but somebody.
Nonya
famous.
saying King James is LeBron, the Brown King, or the Bruin,
the
the
Bruin.
Bruin.
Thank you,
Oh.
sis. Thank you for that. But yeah, that's why it's important for you to do your genealogy, because you're gonna know if you're related to those said bloodlines. Okay. Damn, I had another point and I done forgot it. Oh well, damn it. It was a good point too, and I'm trying to run it back in my head. Oh, that's what I want to say. Okay, I don't know if y'all remember, and I hope this woman is okay. She was a WNBA player with the nickname Cappy. I don't know the young lady's real name. I really don't follow the WNBA like that. But she was going on.
I think it's Poindexter.
Oh, is that her name? Okay. She was
Yeah, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, she was going on Instagram and making videos, quote, talking about industry people. Now, what stood out to me, because she was saying a lot of wild stuff, saying, Beyonce was her old lady. They've been lovers for years, this, that, and the other. I think she said she's a hermaphrodite. Okay, meaning she has both sex organs. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And The thing that made me sit up was two things that stood out. Two things. She said that I am a Black European, and I forgot if she said she was Scottish or Ireland. I forgot. Don't quote me. She said, I am a multimillionaire many times over. My family owns a lot of wealth in this country. And child, you know me, I said straight up, well, like, well, shit, I'm glad I didn't know what this was about, but I guess this is why I'm here to listen to it. I'm here for it, baby. And so I'm sitting there with snacks like, do tell. So she said that she's a Black European from a royal family. They have a lot of wealth. And then she said that LeBron was stealing her wealth. And then she went into some other stuff that I can't go into because YouTube is going to censor. And so after she started making those type of allegations, she was recording people showing up to her door, doing a wellness check on her, this, that, and the third. And so I'm assuming that she wind up getting put in some type of facility for mental health. And I haven't heard or seen her around, but I thought that was really, really interesting for her to say that type of information. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I was just looking up some things that I know about, and I came across that William the Conqueror, his given name was David.
Oh, LeBron?
You know, like King. No, William the Conqueror.
Okay.
Yeah. Scottish, the Wales and Ireland, and 1066, when William the Conqueror went into England and conquered England, and all those kings popped up from there. His given name is David. So what it means is that they change their names in their professional aspects. But for some reason, William's given name was in a book called When Scotland Was Jews.
And do you know some of the reasons why they'll change names like that?
Because they're probably escaping from people trying to get at them, or because that's their given name and they don't want to use their given name into their conquering stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons for sure. So you hit that one on the head. If they're let's say if there was some type of uprising going on and they're instituting a new particular kingdom, they say they're instituting a new kingdom, but it's really the same kingdom, so they're renamed. Or if that same conquering is going on and the name David would fit that particular population better, they'll do that as well. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I said a long time ago that David was over here. And according to the history that they have, with Nehemiah, he lost his kingdom here. I guess it was the Toltecs.
That Bible?
No, it's not the Toltec. I mean, it's not the Bible. It was history. Somebody wrote it down. I think I got it from King Condrop, or whatever his name is. He wrote it down.
I can't hold you accountable for somebody else's information, because you just can't come on here and say that I need more proof than that, because that's not adding up.
No, I'm not talking about. And
it very well could be true, but just saying it and providing more insight, I don't know about that. I would need to.
No, I'm not talking about he wrote this stuff. I'm saying the stuff I heard about David being here and left over.
I know exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I need more insight than somebody just saying that, because
No, what I'm trying to say is he left because of a war. And we were talking about what reason they would change their names. He was under the
so
protection of
you're talking
Nehemiah.
about King William, who changed his name to David, came over here. That's what you're saying? That's what
No,
you're saying, Condrop or whomever is saying.
no, that David left here and went over there under Nehemiah, and he changed his name to William the Conqueror.
Okay. I would
Because
need
he
more
remember a
information
long
on
time
that.
ago, I said they went over there to fight, and I didn't know who they were going to fight
Mhm.
because I know the Moors or somebody was taking over Europe.
But what the
That's what
Moors got to do with over here?
no, I didn't say over there in Europe. I'm talking about over there in Europe. The
Okay.
Moors were taking over Spain and all
Over
those
Europe.
places over
So
there.
why
Mhm.
would, see, this is why I like the way my mind is set up. I'm logical. I'm logical first, and then I have to take in the information and fill it out, and then see logically if it makes sense. And then second, well, maybe it's a spiritual connection. Let me tap in on the spiritual side. So I'm getting ready to go on the logical side. Help me to understand. It's just basic logic. Why would people in the Americas, if you are indigenous to the Americas, why would you go over to Europe to fight or rule anything? Help me to understand that.
Well, I just read it out of the encyclopedia, so I don't
need
know
that
why they
source.
would do it.
I need the source.
I got it out of the encyclopedia.
Yeah, I need the source. And I'm
And I
doing
got it
that.
out of that.
I'm doing that because we keep having people in the melanated community come up with these things, and they can't back them up. And
I don't know if it was.
and we're done with that. You have to prove what you say. And I'm okay if folks say, you know, I'm not for sure. And I'm not talking about you, Sandra. I'm saying in general, content creators, you have to prove what you say. If I don't know something for sure, this is what I feel, this is what I think. But to come out with blanket statements, everything happened over here, this person started over here first, baby, you got to run me them receipts. That's the logical side of me. Run me the receipts. Where are you getting it from? So that's where I'm at with that. Because again, logically, I need them just off the bat. Help me to understand. If you are indigenous from America, why would you pick up and go over to Europe to get involved in European wars and matters? Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. That's just a simple logical question. Okay.
Well, all I know is what
That's
he
the
said.
only way that make that their story makes sense. It's them trying to make the story make sense. It's like, hold on, you just add shit in there. You don't got no proof or evidence.
Hey,
Just to
there
make
go
y'all
Brother
story make
Odell.
sense.
Peace and love, Brother Odell. Our
Oh, he's here.
Come up, Brother Odell, if you want to. Let me do the link. Yeah, and that be my thing. Cause see, I'm gonna tell you what people doing.
Well, I got it out in the encyclopedia.
Okay, I need that source though. I need that source.
I got it off of Google, and I Googled it. It's been a while ago.
Yeah, I need the source because I that doesn't logically make sense to me. That's all I'm saying.
All I know, he was under protection of Nehemiah.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Unless he was going over there as a hitman, he had already done showed up.
That I can understand. If he already sat at the table, cut deals, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay, that's fine. But I need some type of information.
Right. Well, that's the only thing that would be logical to me. You know, he must have been a bad motherfucker. Come over here, train our troops, this, that, or the other. And then that's why he switched his name up over there to William the Conqueror, because he was on some new and improved shit or something. So, because if you ask me, if you
Yeah, he
dealing
was
with
covering.
melanated, we talking about melanated people. So
Right.
it was some hood shit
Come
going
on now. Come on now. This us. This us, goddammit. Come on now. Who y'all think y'all
It
playing
was
with?
some
Go on, Brother
slang
Sean.
talking. It was some slang talking going on. Everything. Somebody was smoking something. Somebody was drinking something. Somebody was twerking. All that good shit was going on. Just like now. Ain't a goddamn thing new. Motherfuckers always been cutting deals. Motherfuckers always been going other places doing shit. And every place the military go, they screw up babies. There's
Yeah.
babies all over the
All
goddamn
over the
world,
world. Uh-huh.
just abandoned. Some of them don't tell them what's been happened to them, because then the
Right.
other people in that society gonna look down at them like they half breeds, this, that, or the other.
Right.
You know, I mean, motherfuckers just got to start taking accountability for the fucked up shit that was done. And the part that if motherfuckers want to keep claiming certain motherfuckers, that means you claiming in on the fuckery. If
Right.
you saying that this person is this, that, or the other, or this place was originally called this, that, or the other, it still don't make none of the bullshit that happened associated with those names, this, that, or the other. Still don't make none of the shit right. You still talking about motherfuckers conquering people, taking shit from people, this, that, or the other. And those of us who don't go back to this fake ass royalty shit, we weren't the ones that came up. Ain't none of this shit got a goddamn thing to do with us. We don't agree with none of this punk ass shit.
Right. Period. All that time. All that part. Agreed.
So, I
Agreed.
mean, it just is what the fuck it is. I mean, you gonna keep digging deep enough and claiming so much goddamn shit. And all you're gonna do is wind up claiming a bunch of fucking fucked up ass karma. Instead of knowing who the fuck you are and what the fuck you supposed to be doing, you chasing after mythical characters and shit. It's a goddamn script.
I agree.
So I mean, if everybody want to keep on attaching themselves to characters that was made up, or something that's making reference to the body, whatever explanation people give for that book existing,
And I
it's all
guess
about.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I didn't mean
No,
to
go
cut you
ahead,
off.
sis.
No, and
Go ahead.
I guess from my point, which King William? See, again, this the logical, nerdy Rhonda. I need to know specifically which King William, what time frame, all of that.
And how many King Williams was it? I know.
Yeah, child, I done just pulled up the little list. We have William.
The
Let me just
Conqueror.
go back and give you guess I could show my screen.
He's in 10 something,
Let me
I think.
show
Hello,
the
family. I'm
screen.
gonna take this opportunity and cut in to say good evening. How y'all doing?
Hey, nephew
Brother
Nuwa.
Nuwa.
Good to see
Yeah, all
you.
good, all
Hear
good, all
you,
good.
rather.
See y'all chopping it up, chopping it up. I'm just gonna take a minute and just keep listening. Y'all got some good logic going on. So, good thanks.
Okay, no worries. And I'm gonna share my screen because I know y'all. I'm trying to be more disciplined with sharing my screen with y'all. So,
You know,
in the words of Brother Sean.
Damn, that's another one.
So, the House of Alpine or Alpine, Kenneth McAlpine of Niger, he was the one that united the kingdoms over in Europe. Well, they say united, conquered, you know how they do, whatever the damn case. Black man. So
Discovered.
Let's go.
It was
Right,
discovered.
right. My bad. Shit. My bad. Discover. My bad. So
no
now,
one was here before.
Right. Now, which William was this now, baby? Because let's go down to the list. You have a William right here. Another William right there. Okay, so that's 2 Williams so far.
Well, they got lots of Williams. William the second,
William the
first, all that kind of stuff.
So, yeah, I need specifics. Which William are they talking about? Okay.
It was 1066.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring this screen back up. Hold on. So let's see. See, I don't be trusting these people. Shit. All right, so let's go to the House of Alpine. And let's see. All right, I was just trying to see what time frame. Okay, and this is my source, y'all. The Negro Rulers.
The Negro Rulers.
Yeah, the British Isle. That's the one that we did the podcast series on, and I'm really not done with it because I want to go through all of them, but I just haven't gotten back on it yet. So I'm trying to see that they name a time period with him. Okay, so he was AD 843 to 858. Okay, this the guy that Kenneth McAlpine, which is McAlpine today, fam. All right, this is the black man, the Moorish, Piddish that united the British Isle. Okay, so let me see if I could jump over to that first William. Okay, because see, that's why y'all don't be coming over here playing with us with the foolishness.
And Auntie, just understand, these individuals are claiming their bloodline of kingship because apparently they have connections to the so quote unquote aliens or Anunnaki.
Yes, yeah.
I don't understand how they got their their chest buffed out like that.
Yes. Let's see, William. This first one.
Mm-hmm.
So this Rufus. Now, if Rufus ain't a black man's name, baby, you can't tell me nothing. You understand me? How many of us know somebody, Rufus in our family, or married into the family, this, that, and the third?
Man got a perm hair and friggin' a handful of
right. You see how he got on his ice? I can't with him. All his finger rings and his big chain, this, that, and the third, his super fly.
I know where all that swag came from. Came from Scotland. Yeah.
Well, whatever. So is this the William? Because it says he ruled in 1087. So see, this be the stuff I be talking about. People just be putting stuff out here. I need the receipts, baby. Run me them receipts.
But Auntie, I'm a slave.
I said
don't you
he was
remember? I came off a boat.
1066. The Normandy conquering of England in 1066. He's the one that did that.
Yeah.
At least that's what I read.
Okay.
That's what they wrote.
Well, I didn't say I wrote it. I just read it.
That's what they wrote.
Yeah, they wrote it.
Okay.
And I think he died around 1087. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay, so then that would be the William that you're talking about then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now you say what now? He got his perm did over in America.
No, not that. I'm not talking about that one. You said that was 1087. I'm talking about the conquest of Normandy, in 1066.
Let me look it up. Sorry, fam. Okay. You said the conquest.
William the Conqueror. Yeah.
Okay, William. Yeah, okay. That's what I was looking for. What was his other name?
That's what I had said. I thought you had heard me.
No, that's okay. That's okay, beloved. That's
sorry.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, I see where you're getting that from. All right, let me bring it up because I don't want y'all to think that I'm not chatting with you.
I I had to download the book to read everything, and it was so small. And I was reading it at night. I'm like, oh my God, I can't hardly see this writing. I need to give me a magnifying glass. It was late. And then when I closed it out, I couldn't find it anymore.
Yeah, no worries, sis.
See.
Okay, what I'm trying to do.
I can look at my history.
Shit,
I don't know how to do this history on this stupid phone.
All right.
Auntie,
Yes, nephew.
one thing I'm just throwing out there is that I do think more we were again all here in America before the flood, before the cataclysm happened.
Oh, we gonna talk about that. Hold that, nephew.
Oh, all right.
So you picked up my vibration through the ethers.
Right.
We fencing to talk about that. Absolutely.
Hold on.
Hold that thought, because I got that on the list. Yes. Okay, so this is off of Wikipedia. So this is the William the Conqueror, I'm assuming you're talking about. And so it's saying he reigned from 1066 to 1087.
Yeah, that's what I thought with that guy.
Okay. His successor was William II. And so I'm trying to read, establish his throne. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to his background. Normandy, early life. Let's get to early life, because I like to be fair.
Born 1027.
Okay, his son, Robert the First. Okay.
Son of Richard II.
Right. So now, so are we saying Robert the First was over here too?
I think they were born later.
Who was born later?
Because Robert II, was over in that part, because William was over in France, and he was in France because they call him the King of Normandy or something like that. And then that was in 1066 when he went over to England. So his son, so after him, he would be over in England.
I'm using their source. It says William was born 1027 or 1028, and that's fine. And he was born, whatever that is. What is that? Falsy? Yeah, in France. Parlez-vous français?
Yeah, parlez-vous.
Okay, so how's that over in the Americas? That's first of all. He was the only son of Robert the First. So what I was saying was, if he came from the Americas, that would have meant his pappy came from the Americas, or at a minimum, mama? His mammy, right?
Yeah.
Or his mother. So now they say they was in America when that baby, because I don't see it.
Because he would have to voyage there, get the mother pregnant, and bring the child back over.
I'm still not seeing that American connection.
Oh, you're still looking for that?
Yeah, that's the purpose of this. I need that American connection, because you said that you Googled it and it was just in regular information, and I'm not seeing that.
No, I got the other stuff. You said you didn't like it because you didn't like the sources, like a King Drop or whoever I told you.
Yeah, no. It has to be proven, okay? Because I thought you said
that's when you said you didn't like it.
That King Drop. No. Exactly. What I said was, content creator need to provide their sources. Where are you getting that information from?
I'm sure he did, but it's been a long time ago since I heard it. I wrote it down. I heard it a long time ago, and I'm really kind of quoting it from memory. And that's when I broke my hand in 2018, and I couldn't write, and I could barely read my own writing, but that's what I copied. He had a letter that was written by one of those who was it, Spanish dudes, and it told that part of the story of that life here in America.
I would love to see those sources.
I'd have to go back. I have that paper. And I said that before. I didn't intend to bring it up.
Yeah, no worries. And I'm glad that you did, because we as a community,
Mhm.
and I'm only talking about the quote quote Indian community, which it really ain't no Indian community, but for the sake
No.
of what I'm saying,
Mhm.
gone are the days of just saying stuff to just say it. You have to prove it. Okay?
Mhm.
So that's even with me when I go into like the quote quote conspiracy theory stuff or the esoteric stuff. When we get on the Anunnaki stuff, all of that jazz, I literally say it's theory.
Mhm.
Okay?
We have
So
proof.
I'm not going to come out here and quote something as being a fact when I don't have the receipts. We have to be more responsible with our platforms. That's why it's so much confusion in the melanated community, because people are allowed to come out and say anything. That's how these doctrines have been stitched together that are full of foolery.
Held up for so long.
Part mythology, part religion.
Part bullshit.
Yeah, part bullshit. A lot of bullshit.
Part.
We're done with that.
Well, I was following Curry Mayo and King Drop at that time. So
I understand
can't-
all that, and that's not towards you per
Anyone
se. I am saying in general, content
yeah,
creators
You have to
have
do-
to
check,
prove
check.
their sources. Now, I'm not that familiar
2023.
with King Drop, this, that, and the third, but I know Kui Mayo, and I know
Curry
he
Mayo
has
does
his
his
sources.
Yeah, he had his sources.
That I know. He does have his sources. So that's all I'm saying. So
Yeah,
if
he
we
had his
bring
sources.
something to the public, because that's pretty powerful. Now, there is something to that, and I'm not going to say it because other people behind the scenes have sent me information on the level that you're talking about, and I've held on to it for a purpose. But some of that same information that person has sent me a while ago, shout out to Legendary Top Cats in his last drop, started to go in that direction, and I think he has another lecture coming up soon where he's going to go into what I think he's going to go into a little deeper. So that's my point. I just need the receipts. That's all I'm saying. I need the receipts because I don't want another generation growing up with false doctrine.
Yeah, we're responsible now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're responsible for it. Okay, that's why it's important, even as us, vet the information that you're taking in. And I mean, hell, that's even me. Shit. That includes me. I ain't sitting up here with this Cabbage Patch ass hairstyle beyond reproach. Okay? So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right, fam. So let me see. I know Brother Odell's joined us. Who didn't? Son Scotty, did you did your go ahead on with the fuckery, right?
Yeah, mine was the Grammys, rituals,
Oh, I missed that.
all that type stuff.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Can I just touch on that then, Scotty?
Yeah, go ahead,
yeah.
nephew. What's your go ahead
Well,
on with the fuckery?
I'm not too sure what you did say about that. I do apologize. I'll go check the replay.
No worries.
But what I did see on like the conspiracy end, this is all like new effects, guys. You know, don't worry, don't check me on this. But they were profiling that the dancers in the back. This is I guess let me make sure we're talking about the same thing. She had a bunch of red dancers in red while she was in I think like a black kind of issues outfit. Anyways, they're saying the dancers that were behind her were basically transsexual dancers. And the same thing.
Son Scotty brought that up. Yeah.
All right. So I'll just piggyback on that then. It's just, it's coming out that it's blatantly that they're pushing the transgender agenda within the music culture. And like I said, we're talked about Blue. And again, someone pointed out that, yeah, this individual doesn't look like a true girl would look. You put a wig on a young boy, and that's Blue. So I just want to touch on that yes, it is blatantly coming out that they are bringing that mindset, that genre, or that openness into the mainframe. That's the next play where we're not able to or identify who's who. The whole, like, you can go into a girl's bathroom if you just say I'm a girl, that type of thing. They're making it easy for us to have that okayness with this culture. So yeah, I just want to touch on that. But I did have something to add on my own front. When you're ready.
Well, I got some things. I found the notes. It's from The Forbidden History of the Americas by Daniel Lowe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again.
The Forbidden History of the America by Daniel Lowe.
That's the source?
Yeah.
History
and Condrop.
America by Daniel
Lowe.
L-O-W?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And it was in 775 AD, Nehemiah Theodoric reconquered the American Empire of Calliolus. My hand was broken at that time.
Oh, no worries. I see a Lowenstein. Does that sound familiar?
I just wrote Lowe.
Yeah, I have.
That's all I have. He did it on. It was King Drop in 2017. The Kingdom of Solomon.
You see, content creators, when you put stuff out, baby. People don't forget.
No, I wrote it down because I paused it and I wrote what he had.
You do say take notes.
Yeah, I did take notes.
Yeah, because back then you like me, Sis Sandra, and shit, I be sitting up having notebooks from a couple years ago, and like, what you say? You a damn lie. Get the notebook, flip. No, you said, you said on date. So,
yeah, he got it from the Forbidden Histories of the America. And
okay,
and he had it posted up there what the man had written in his book, and I just sat there and copied it.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I got the book. It's actually selling on Amazon. I'm gonna see. Now I'm gonna go through this book.
Yeah.
One thing about me,
you can do it. It's there.
Yeah,
I copied it out of the book.
So let's be clear. The way I research, I need whoever is an author to source their source. Yeah. You got to back it up. I need you to source your source, and then preferably add another source to that.
Reference.
So I'm going to go through this. I was hoping I could get it electronically because I would have bought this motherfucker right then.
I don't know what
but it's
page
not
it
on
was
Kindle.
on, but...
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So it's gonna be it'll take me a little bit to get the book in and scan through it. Okay. So now I'm finna check the source. Okay. So we shall see. More to come on that.
Thank you.
I had to go through my
because you know me. I'm like, what?
Pull that real quick.
Where your receipts at? Okay, so now you got the receipts. Now I'm gonna get this book and I'm gonna go through it.
Yeah, and the other one was where they said his given name was David was when Scotland was Jewish or Jews or something like that, and that it just popped up on my cell phone on that one for my Google search. Well, that's how I got his name was David, his given name. And I looked at it several times, but it's late at night. And they said his given name was David, William the Conqueror. And I said, But then Of course, my phone always closed out on me, and I didn't get back to that page. It was late anyway. But I wanted to read it, but it was really teensy writing. But that was when when Scotland was Jew. And King James conquered Scotland.
Yeah, I came across this book too, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get it because they don't have it on Kindle. So I'm definitely gonna get it, and I'm gonna peruse through it. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. If I get this book and I don't see no sources on it, I'm not fucking with it. You understand me? I need to see historical sources.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'll keep you all updated. I'll keep you all updated.
It kind of explains how King James got into Scotland, because he went and conquered Scotland. Remember that? And he conquered Wales and became king of all those kingdoms.
But he
Scotland,
became that
Wales.
But let's be clear, he became that through his bloodline.
Mary, Queen of Scots. Mm-hmm.
Right. So what that got to do with the Americas, though?
I didn't say nothing about King James in the Americas. I was talking about King William the Conqueror.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get this book.
But he did come here. He did come here. And I found that out by looking at his history. He came here on a voyage, and that's where he wrote the King James Bible.
Oh God.
He came over here. He was
I need a gummy, y'all.
Y'all
know me, my motherfucking nerves.
Yeah, gummy stat.
That was in 60.
And I'm such a lightweight, y'all. I can't even take a whole one. I gotta bite a little piece off that motherfucker. My nerves and just got motherfucking bad. I am so tired of the doctrine. I am really, really tired of the doctrine.
Well, that's who wrote it.
He did not write the Bible.
You already said that. That was given to him as a play from the Anunnakis.
Yeah, he was commissioned to do it.
Okay.
You faded, but all right, I got you.
He didn't write it.
Child, y'all know my nerves is bad. King James commissioned. We do understand the difference between commission and actually writing something. If I commission somebody,
these motherfuckers ain't write nothing.
Right.
It was passed down and passed down and passed down.
Baby. Shout out to No Sellout for my little stash, baby. That's why I be needing my shit. You understand me? Because commissioning something and writing something are two separate things. If I commission something, that means I am paying someone to put together a body of work for me. I can commission a painting. I could commission an artist today to do a certain painting for me. That don't mean Rhonda painted the shit.
No. He and Tinsdale had it out. He was the king. He threw Tinsdale in jail over Genesis and trying to do the book himself, because Tinsdale wanted to jump him on the book and do it himself. But King James and Tinsdale had fallen out. Now, this is I got from my theological history of Tinsdale, Walter Tinsdale. Tinsdale wrote, "Let there be lights," and all that kind of stuff that's in Genesis. And him and King James, because they did call him King James at that time, they got into an argument, and Tinsdale was put in prison.
But what that got to do with King James writing the Bible, though?
Huh? Well, yeah, Tinsdale wanted to beat James to write it. He didn't want James to get the credit for it.
King James did not write the Bible.
No. He had commissioned 66 authors to write it.
Okay. So let's be clear. That's all I'm saying. Let's keep the story clear, because what you started out with was the doctrine that I hear in the quote conscious community. that King James came over here, kicked up his motherfucking legs, smoked some weed, put back some Henny. Now I'm adding the weed and the Henny in there, y'all. And he wrote the motherfucking Bible. He sat around the campfire.
Oh no,
as
no,
the
no! He
Indians
didn't.
was cooking some motherfucking ribs.
He drank the blood and ate the bread.
Right, all of that, and he wrote the motherfucking Bible. He
No,
came over here and kicked it up and partied. He was invited to the motherfucking cookout, and he wrote the Bible.
No.
Well, I heard he was a translator. My always heard was he was the translator of like the English version of the Bible.
Well, we're the only ones who even have that one over here, as far as I understand.
I never knew him to be the writer.
Other countries don't have it.
Right, Sis Nonya. Sis Nonya said he commissioned a bunch of Protestants who removed many books.
That too.
Right, because his ass probably couldn't even write anyway. The only ones who
So wasn't that
writing was the
Constantine
ones that
that
was in the fucking church.
Constantine?
Didn't Constantine do that initially though? He took out a lot of the main.
Let me bring on Brother Odell. Let me see, Brother Odell, you up here? Because child, my nerves done straight got bad. Let me bring on Brother Odell. Come on, save us, Brother Odell.
The Nicene
Brother
Council.
Baby, my nerves is bad. This our cousin from the UK. You know my nerves is bad, Brother Odell. Come on with it now.
Give thanks, man.
Oh, Rodney, you're killing me. Oh, stop it.
I can't do it, Brother Odell. I promise you, I can't do it because people keep saying this man then came over here, smoked a blunt, drank some Hennessy, was at the cookout with the ribs with the Indians, and got all the Indians' information, and he went back and wrote the Bible. No, that's not how that went.
Stop it. Oh, it's early days here. I'm not working till next week off, so I'm going to be on more times next week. Should be back to normal because I've been doing some stuff. I need to get in touch with Rhonda properly, but oh gosh, Ron. Listen, your nerves is back. Like, listen, the issue with and we'll get onto some source at some point. I think I don't know if I sent Rhonda them or not. The issue with and I don't want to get too thinking for too long. You've got to look at the stuff that I've already. Rhonda, did I send you the National Archives that Scotland was the way melanated long before some of this stuff was going on? Did I not send you the National Archives link where I showed you about Scotland that it was already melanated? There's all the Europeans there that was melanated from.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. I'm pretty sure.
And it's got the link in the National Archives. The reason why I like to use the National Archives is because obviously it's proper stuff.
Exactly.
So when we're quoting stuff, like I do, and I'll dig it up again, and then I'll post a link in the chat because I've got it somewhere. But I think me and Sister Rhonda. Before I even get it started, can I just acknowledge everybody? Good evening, all of you.
Good evening, family.
Thanks, Noah. Scotty.
What's up, Brother Odell?
Good to hear
time.
You. Good to hear your energy again. Yeah, I'm back. I've been busy with a couple of family issues we've been dealing with, but we're kind of on point. Sister Sandra.
Sis.
She's on mute.
Oh, okay. All right. Brother Odell saying, greetings, sis.
And there's love and energy.
Yeah, so we'll get it just a tiny bit in because this is this nurse been going outside in the background, just tooling away, just like giggling. So there's two aspects of this now, because I like to use National Archive stuff as well, because I like because a lot of the sources these people are getting they're not kind of using like Rhonda said, they're not using proper sources. No criticism to anybody at this point.
Exactly.
I'm not here to do that. But the reason why I like to use National Archive stuff is because in this country, where I am over here, they do have a proper National Archive, and there are some gems in there, and obviously people just don't know where to look. So They do have stuff in plain sight, but they don't look. You get me? So like I have used stuff, and I'll dig it out in a minute. So my position comes from this. Me and Rhonda was on a show a little while ago. I think it was with
Lee
Freeman.
Cummings. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lee Cummings and Freeman, and me and Rhonda did the proper. Not his story because it wasn't his story because it's all in the words because of cut like swords. So my story or the mysteries are my story or our story. Me and Rhonda was coming from a point where we were talking about the ancient sites that because the thing about the heliotech is again, Yeshua. This is why I got when we did that. This is why Rhonda did the last series with the Age of Ascension. And we were talking about in that series, we mentioned about the 5,000 fish that's in that heliotech, which is the age of Pisces or Pisces, right? So we know that book is referencing the age of when the Piscean construct was created, right? And it also talks about the previous ages in that, because I explained in that talk in the previous talk about the age of Taurus and the age of Aries, right? Now, so we know that they're talking about the ages. So this is in the book. Somebody clearly that's come in has clearly knew that there was previous ages, and it's mentioned in the book. So obviously with King James, it clearly didn't write it. It's clearly come from somewhere else, because if they're talking about ages, we're talking thousands upon 2,143 years for Pisces, 2,143 years for Taurus, 2,143 years for Aries. So we know that's already 6,000 years on basic. So somebody clearly is coming from somewhere else to give these so-called people that information. And if it is 6,000 years old, but I don't think it is. Well, the ages are based on that clock that we know. But obviously it's clear that somebody else is giving somebody or feeding somebody information.
Exactly.
It's clear that they're doing that. So it's not they clearly have a timeline agenda, hence why Rhonda's got this series the technology and the time, because she mentioned that specifically. So as far as we know, as far as I'm concerned, the agenda is to create a construct where we're controlled and manipulated in time, which means somebody, based on the stuff that we Rhonda previously done, has been poking holes in frequency fence, and we've been interfered with on multiple occasions, hence why we've had Pisces, water, flood, and other different kind of ages and changes of floods based on that clock.
Right.
So that's a time construct where somebody's interfering with us. So this King James stuff and all this, when he came to commission this, that, and the other, think in mind of the manipulation in terms of time. That because that timeline is the biggest issue. So for me, the timeline is what you need to be looking at. That's why Rhonda's been doing this series. That's what this series is about, is the timelines. Because it's clear that somebody has got an agenda where they're trying to keep us in a loop. Ching, 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 in a ching, 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 in a loop. So that's why we can't kind of look at these sources as consistent, because we know they've come with an agenda.
As the truth. We can't look at them as the truth unless they cross-reference where they're getting that information. So that's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna literally buy that book. I'm literally gonna buy that book, and I'm gonna look through it. And first, I'm gonna see what sources. And if they don't have no sources, I'm not gonna look no further, because I do check author sources, and I have busted several authors lying. I've literally busted them. I was literally about to do a podcast on King James and them, because this lady claims that was her particular lineage, and she was a Caucasian lady, or is a Caucasian lady. And so she gave me her ancestor's name, looked it up, wasn't even nowhere closely come close. That ancestor didn't even remotely come close to being tied into the stewards. Matter of fact, that particular relative came in as an indentured servant over in the Caribbean. I can't remember which Caribbean island it was. They were literally in the official record as a indentured servant. They came over, that relative came over as a little boy and did not have that steward name. Okay, but that was literally the first paragraph of her book. So from that point on, I stopped reading. I'm like, you're full of shit. I busted you. What is this based on? So again, I check sources. And if I bust you in a lie with your source, your whole thing is not credible to me. And you may even have credible stuff in there, but damn it, you shouldn't have lied. So now it's uncredible. And unfortunately, but fortunately, that's the way we have to do it. Because this doctrine, it stops. We're done with that shit. You need to prove what you say. And if you have a mic and you call yourself teaching history, this, that, and the third, you got to prove what you say. Or I'm throwing it all out the door. Okay? So to be fair to this person, I'm gonna look at this book. Okay? And whoever the author is of this book, if their sources don't check out, I'm going to say it's garbage. And I'm going to say why it's garbage. We cannot afford to keep carrying forth doctrine. Mm-hmm. We keep telling you all that we're out of that energy. It's done with. And as Brother Odell said, if we keep picking this up, this doctrine on what 1, 2, 3 done said, this, that, and the third, you're keeping the cycle loop for these babies. There's no reason for these babies to be confused. The truth is not confusing.
Nope.
It's not confusing. It's not complicated. The truth is not anything added to it. The truth is not anything subtracted from it. It stands on its own. It has its own frequency and vibration, which is high. So again, this is grad school over here. So when you come with some stuff, just prove it. Give me your sources. I don't mind doing a little research, 4, 5, and 6, but don't ever feel you can come and talk around me and run around circles with me. Because see, my nerves is bad. And my patience is short. Because I'm going to be direct with you. I need the source. Okay, well, all of that, what's your source? And I'm going to go check that source. I'm going to ask you based on what? I'm going to ask you what time period that is. That's how this is going to work going forward. I've been doing that at least for 2 years now, which is why I don't allow anybody on my panel, because I don't have the energy, because most people want to jump on the panel and they're not prepared. Okay, so that's how that is. All right, so good to hear your voice, Brother Odell. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just want to add on just brief to what you were saying in terms of like, we've got to stop the narrative where we're not looking at proper sources. Like, I kind of agree with it. We have to kind of get to the, I mean, don't get me wrong, in the archives at the Vatican or the Vatican, there's a lot of information that's there that they don't want people to know. This is why I quote them, because they're a lot, you've got people like Smithsonian Institute. A lot of the real information, they keep it, but the basic stuff you can get that's in plain sight, you just got to be able to dig. I agree with Rhonda, and I dig a little bit. You just got to be able to dig a little bit and you find the most important stuff they don't want you to know at all. And you need to look at historical monuments. And when you see these monuments, and they say that they'll say, for instance, like on certain places, they'll say, this is a historic monument. It was built in such and such a time. You can look at those historical monuments and then think to yourself, okay, so they've rewritten this. We can tell it's rewritten because it's definitely something that they didn't build, based on the fact that we know about the Benton mud floods and stuff. So you can then look at it and think, okay, so this monument is something I know they didn't build, but they're talking about it. By looking at the monument and its time period that they're calling it, I kind of use my own timelines that I've got due to the research that I've done on the ancient histories. And then from that point of view, I can put it into those timelines, and then I can plug it like you do, sister. I can plug it into its original matrix. I can plug it back into its proper matrix, its original form, and research on the ancient timelines. And what you'll find is, if you think about the mental mud flood stuff, and you think our communities were already here, well, obviously the matriarch communities were already here, and you know yourself, sister, that they did build a lot of these monuments, so you know that it's relevant in terms of they've changed it to mean it's something else, but actually its original meaning, we know that it was probably us in terms of this country over here. That I think a quote just not people mentioned about a place called Sakara Bray. I think I mentioned it on that talk that we did. Sakara Bray, and there's a site called New Grange Island, and so a lot of the ancient sites, all the older sites, we've all built all this stuff, and that was still while the we fell. And those a lot of those monuments were aligned to the stars. Now we all know that those local worlds are all still the worlds in, obviously on Nos Confundum. That's still within that timeline when we fell from Tyran 5D to 3D Earth. And those are all the sites. So that's still when we were still programmed. You've got to go back to the original stuff that we're talking about ages ago, sister, to get away from when we fell. That's why we always talk about movies like Avatar, stuff like that. When our societies we weren't at war. The original matriarch societies when we were here, and we did mention this, me and Sister Rhonda and Silver Show, they weren't at war.
Right.
This concept of war. Yeah, this concept of war is something that's only come in since the electroclasm and 3D. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we never had all that stuff. We weren't at war, so we've got to look at like Sham, where Sham was coming from, where we was communities that weren't at war, when we was in tune with the whole realm.
Right.
That's what we need to really look at. To be honest with you, sister, that's really where we need to get back. That's where we're not necessarily where we're going, but that's what we need to be getting in tune with, where that kind of vibrations are coming from. When we're not at war with each other, we're collaborating, we're not competing. We need to get away from that negative energy.
I totally agree. It's interesting. I don't know why I didn't watch X-Files back when it was out, so I'm like watching it, the reruns on Comet TV. They come on like every night during the weekday. So last night it was the episode, and one of the shady governmental characters. That's one thing about X-Files. They're showing you the shadow government, quote government, that 1% inner circle that make things move, that's able to hide things, this, that, and the third. So this particular man was a part of that. And so he said something, and I'm like, oh my God. He said, quote, I'm probably going to jumble this quote up. Let me try to get it together. He said that here's the gist of what he said. She was talking about reality. He said, but what is reality? And she kind of looked at him. He said, I can event reality with whatever I tell you. So he was telling her in the sense that they know that just through information and repeatedly putting stuff out, that they can tell you this is the way it is, when that really ain't the way it is.
No.
Right.
And I sat up and I'm like, wow.
And Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
I think that's really how they, as Brother Del was saying, the mental mud flood. I think that's how they did it. They war happened, cataclysm happened, And then they start killing off the wisest ones. As you know, there was a witch hunt. And at that point, the mental capacity of the individual starts declining. And you see now the product of it, where most people, as you said, there's, individuals that don't know how to cook rice, sorry. So you can see that the the knowledge that you should have is removed if you don't have that environment around you. And if you keep removing the child from that environment, it gets worse and worse and worse. Now look at our children today. The mental mud flood. Can they do math, basic math in their head? Right. Let's talk about a mental mud flood we witness within ourselves. Can they read at a high level? A mental mud flood we saw within our own eyes. So yeah, it's real.
Absolutely. Now, interestingly enough, Brother Sean will be right back, y'all. He had to go do something right quick.
Hurrah.
Right. Shout out to my other niece. She knows who she is. She sent me a text. She was like, TT, did you see the new Black Panther, which is the Wakanda Forever? And it was just so happened, I was like, okay, I'm going to go on and watch it on Disney Plus this weekend. I literally had it on my list to watch. I'm like, no, I'm literally got that scheduled to watch. So I, and I'm going to have to rewatch it, okay, because that mug was long. But, child, let me tell y'all, I was blown away because it was literally about the kingdom over here in America, melanated people over here in America, because they basically showed the people as blue, as the avatar. You know how the avatar people are blue?
Yeah.
This kingdom over in the Americas, the Incas, they showed them as blue. And I just sat there and I just chuckled.
Hey, black and blue. Sure.
I just chuckled. And so they were basically showing the kingdoms of Wakanda, and then the kingdom of the Incas. And the Incas have vibranium also. And they were showing how something shook off in the Inca kingdom. Now, this is the part that got me, where they were saying that they basically went underground, and in the Black Panthers, Black Panthers, shit, y'all know what I'm talking about, Wakanda Forever, they had where that particular kingdom became water people. They went underground from a water perspective. And I said, oh, there go your Age of Aquarius reference right there. Okay? So meaning a catastrophe happened, and this quote, quote, kingdom went underground and they turned into water people. Okay? That's the same analogy we just saw with Avatar 2. Where the Avatar people had to leave land and had to go with the other tribe that were the water people, okay? So that was yet another reference to the quote, quote, Age of Aquarius, okay? And I found it very, very interesting in Wakanda Forever that they literally gave the credit to the Mayan civilization for really understanding the ages, and it was subtly telling you about an age changing and how this particular quote, quote, kingdom disappeared. Okay.
Auntie.
So, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Well, even when you say that, when the whole Jesus story is the fish coming out of the water. So if you take your story and go to from we were not in water, we had the flood, and now the whole Jesus story with the Pope having the fish hat is that Aramis, I think I forgot that God that they're depicting. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he came out of water as a fish with legs now. So as you said, they went in with legs, had to become fish, and now you're seeing them coming out of water as fish, growing legs.
Oh, that's interesting, and I also link it to, now this, we're on the mythology side. Let's be clear. We're talking mythology here, people. Let's be clear. I also link it to the whole Inky story and them associating Inky as the fish. And,
all
in
that.
my opinion, Inky represents the start of a Pisces age.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's what that whole fish thing is. And it also represents how the first civilization on the planet, how the original people were, that American civilization. Okay, that's what the blue people, from now
That's what
on,
they represent.
when you see them represent the blue people, that's
Avatar.
representing the ancient culture in the Americas.
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair. He said Avatar, the movie, was about the true history of Earth. So meaning before the ancient trees were cut down.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So they showed it again there in Wakanda.
Well,
all right.
Auntie, sorry, just let me interrupt. But as you said, the ancient trees were cut down, which means an excavation. And then you say, what did they do when they normally excavate the place? They
They flooded with water. And that's the tricked out part. Because y'all know, once you see stuff, you can't unsee it. So now when I see what they're calling mountains, I look at it and I can either tell it was actually an old ancient tree, or if it was the leftover waste from the excavations, or if it was another structure there and a catastrophe happened and it was melted. Okay, that's just what my eyes see now. So even in the Wakanda forever,
that would be the catastrophe.
Huh?
The trees got cut. No, sorry. That would be the catastrophe. The trees got cut down.
Absolute. That is the catastrophe. Yeah, because remember we talked about that, nephew, on how, because when those ancient trees were cut down and then the dome put over top, that totally gave us a new ecosystem on the planet. Okay?
And remember what you said about that. The only way they could put that dome is the tree had to get cut down.
Yeah, the tree had to be cut down. Absolutely.
Yeah, and if that's the ancient trees, and remember, keep in mind that we talked about this during the Age of Ascension series, when we talked about those as original beings with the lineage of 48 strands of DNA, and if you think of the hijack that I keep showing everybody, if you think of the realm when it was set up naturally, and obviously when they're putting that hijack, that's what they did when we fell from 5. And if you look 5D Tara, think about you let's look at your own aura field. So you've got your root chakra, level 1, level 2, orange, level 3 being your solar plexus, 4 being your heart, 4 being your heart,
Throat.
5 is blue. That's your blue, that's your 5D. Okay, so your 5 being in your throat, which is blue, which is communication. And where the people, what were they? They were blue. Why were they blue? Because they were 5th dimensional consciousness. This is that's what you see in Avatar. This is what Delbert Blair was saying. That this is where I get where sister's coming from. And like I say, when it was within the realm, because they communicate with the realm naturally, with them being obviously being 5th dimensional, with them naturally being blue, with they was communicating obviously within the trees. And this is why you see in Avatar. Then sister talks about the us being connected with the realm. We lit up the realm based on the fact where our moods were, and the fact that we're connected to the realm on a more natural, not even electric level, but on an org level, on a natural organic level.
Brother
that
Odell,
energy, go on.
think of a moon rock, like the moon rocks, how they would change colors based on your moods.
Yes. Yeah. That's what this is what Sister Rhonda's been saying. But that naturally is when we was in matriarch societies, and there weren't war. There was no war. It weren't war like that. You get me? Because the connection to the Akkas and the actual natural within the realm was much stronger and much higher. You get me? So therefore, people had a more conscious connection where they knew all this war stuff was all ridiculous. It was only when we was interfered with at those points by other beings, which I spoke about, those ratchet beings. The sister knows about Inky Binky and the other one she's quoting about them and and the Draco and them. Go ahead.
No, I was just add to that is that to be true is that in the movie Avatar, you saw when, as you said, they interfered with how nature should be. When the guy, first of all, he put the light on and he wasn't supposed to. That triggered the animal to attack, and that triggered her to have to kill the animal, and she had to go through a whole ritual because she said that she only did it because he made her do it.
Exactly, and she was pissed about it because
right.
She said they kill. If they have to take the life of an animal, it is for a purpose.
And she had to do that whole ritual, meaning that there was she had to make sure that it was done in a certain way.
Right,
so,
out of respect
killing
for
and
the
death was not her
nature.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, you know something, there was a scripture, the Pope and those guys wrote all that stuff. And they said in that scripture, come, let us make fishermen of men. So they went after making war on this planet. And I think it came out of that scripture right there that Brother Newell, I think you were talking about, that the Piscean age. And so that's when war started, is when they came after us and taking over this planet.
Yes. And it's interesting because in Wakanda Forever, it was all about, and that's why I keep telling melanated people, you're missing the mark. It isn't about this fiat currency. It's always going to be about the land. I don't know how many times I have to say that. It's always going to be about the land and the resources in the land. Okay? So even in Wakanda Forever, just like Avatar, they had whatever that particular mineral and stuff they were after in Avatar. Same thing with Black Panther and vibranium. So this...
Unobtainium.
Unobtainium or vibranium? One of the two.
Vibranium is Black Panther in them. I forget what Avatar in them name of they look.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, no, there's two of them. My fault. Yeah, there is two, but it's the same.
Same concept. Because in Wakanda Forever, you had the Black Panther people, and then you had the Mayan people. Both had vibranium.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting back like, they bullshitting me, right? And I'm blinking like, I can't believe that they put this in this movie. And I know most people aren't going to catch what they're really doing. Okay?
Auntie.
Yes.
Well, the Anunnaki blatantly says they came for gold, and we're all like, okay, but gold is not really anything really worthwhile. You're gonna come all the way for gold, and they're telling you in their other stories, oh no, it's vibranium, no, it's unobtainium. So regardless of what it is, you hear them saying we came for it, and we're like, you got it, and we're gonna take it. Get out of the way.
Right.
But what does it? But the key thing about whatever it is they're talking about something that was natural. Remember. Keep in mind in this realm at the moment. Keep in mind with the Black Saturn, right? You've got to keep in mind that when whatever they came for, they had to shut something off, right? Because as we know, but whatever they shut off, right, was functioning at a much higher level. Now
much higher frequency.
Much higher frequency. Now that's why they said they keep coming for stuff, because the natural, this is why sisters, right? Because whatever is natural within the realm, which was tied originally to our echo, which tied originally back to how the realm functions properly, that energetically is what made things work. So they know without being able to take those things and use those things, they couldn't even create the Black Saturn. They took the original, again, this is what I talk about with the 55 harmonic and the Metatronic frequencies. The original frequencies that the sisters set up and talk about the female yards, and that's going back billions of years ago. Me and my sister have been quoting this. When the female yards originally set up the realm, it functioned naturally in terms of org energy. So what they've done is they've turned it for obviously this is why I talk about the electric ones. When they turn the electric, that Black Saturn works on those 55 harmonic electric frequencies that they had to set up. But the naturalness that was within the realm is what they came from. They're using that, and that's what the Black Saturn sits on. This is what they don't want everybody to know about. They had to set this dome up and cutting all trees up, but they had to, when they set that up, they had to sit the original energy that we had. They had to knock that off. They're using that now. I talk about that with the grids. They're using that now, but when they put the hijack in, they put us on they put us on the lowest form of that, and then they use the original stuff for themselves. And they feel like the Matrix is showing, we're being fed off like batteries, which is why the recycling keeps happening, which I keep saying is the term. We're keeping being fed off because they're not, and that's going anyway. Right now, that's been taken out. We would never have these conversations. So that energy has been taken out anyway. So their whole thing is collapsing right now as the sister's speaking. That's fact. That's going right now. We all know it, and that's what they're scared of. They know that their time is up and they haven't got long left at all, and they're absolutely pooing their pants because that whole thing is being completely taken out. Exactly. And whatever we put in its place, is what they're scared of. Is what they're scared of because they know that they can't vibrate at that higher conscious level when you talk about the goal, because the goal is your crown chakras. It's beyond it's even beyond that they can't vibrate even to that fifth dimensional level. They're going to struggle even there. They know that, so that's why they're scared of. They're aware that if they can't vibrate with the realm as it's shifting, as the sister said, with realm within it shifting, they know that they can't stay with us when that's naturally taking place. They know that was coming. Hence why I keep talking about the age of ascension with the end of Revelation. I keep saying that they talk about the tree of life. They talk about the tree of life. That tree of life is our bodies and our aura fields and beyond that. They know they talk about me. Rhonda spoke about this last time. They already knew that if those are those in the book of the dead were judged, and the Revelation ends, and it talks about those who could obtain the tree of life. Obviously, reign with Christ for 1,000 years. We know it's obviously beyond crystals, it's crown, it's high consciousness, it's more than 1,000 years that we do whatever we're doing. But they're talking about the fact that those who could obtain the tree of life when the book of life knew what was really going on, and those in the dead were judged, and they were thrown into the lake of fire, meaning death, and death were dead forever. So there's the first death and the second death. So that's what they're talking about. That's ascension. They know exactly what they're talking about. The masses are not taught.
Absolutely. And that's why, and a lot of good things you all are putting in the comments. Sis Nonya said, we are the creators of our own realm and reality.
Yes.
Everything in us is in our respective soils.
Auntie, can I touch on that?
Yes.
Is when Brother Dell is saying that, okay, right now they don't have control of the realm, and what they need to do is they need to mimic or show us what they want of the realm. So it's important that they could, as you said, these influencers are there to make sure that the minds of the children, the minds of the masses keep a certain frequency, maintain a certain thought process, because naturally,
okay, go ahead.
Naturally, as Brother Odell was saying, we would have risen to a higher frequency that they couldn't obtain, they couldn't control, they couldn't interact with. So it's important that we have certain things like war, because what this war does, war puts us in our lower chakras, violence, all the negativity we see pumping into our mainframe is to make sure we tap in to a low frequency vibration. So we never reach, as you said, the throat chakras or higher, because that's when we have control, when we can, as you said, why do we get banned? Why do we get censored? Because at that point, we're now speaking these things out to the masses, which can affect the overall system, essentially. And that's what they're fearing and they don't want. And that's what the witches and the warlocks were killed back in those days, because they had the power to affect the masses based on words. It wasn't what you did, it's what you said in open court.
Indeed. It's interesting. Shout out to Brother Shrugs. Brother Shrugs is a really, really smart brother. He's a bad mofo. He said, your eyes only see what the brain knows. Give me the child till 7. I'll show you the man. Absolutely.
And I'll add.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to add to that is exactly that. If you don't tell the mind that there's more, if the mind doesn't know that there's more to see, then the eyes won't know to recognize it. So if we don't show the babies that all these things exist, and we don't show them that these are the truths, the mind will never see it for what it is. They'll allow the construct to basically come in and put it in front of them. So you have to basically open up the mind to train the eyes to see the truth. If you're dumb, deaf, and blind, you need the mind to be aware of the truth. At that point, the eyes can recognize it. I do agree with the young man.
Yes. So let's be clear, because when we leave up out of this series, y'all gonna understand. Just like now, I'm so proud of y'all.
Didn't
All I gotta say
understand.
is Black Sun, and y'all be like, y'all spit that shit off. Y'all be sending me stuff. Sis, I think this reference to
Sun
the Black
Nuance.
Sun. I'm very, very proud of you all. Once we leave this series, you're going to enter and understand what I be talking about when I say create your own reality.
You have to.
Okay? Because I already done told you I'm not concerned about the 99%.
Never that. It's always about those of us that already knew. The Matrix shows that anyway. There was never the masses were all walking around clueless. There was only a certain amount of us that really knew what was really going on. I agree with Sister on that one. So
Absolutely.
we're already on that energy. We're already on that vibration as it is now already. That's why we're having these conscious conversations, explaining this stuff.
That's
we're already
exactly
there.
why we're having them. Exactly. Because this particular matrix, we've already proven to you that it is a matrix.
Right.
We've proven it to you. We've literally given you the formula, and we proved that by showing you that every word can be broke down to numbers. Even symbols are constructed of numbers. They can be tied to frequencies. Those strings of numbers can be broken down into binary code. So we've proven to you that this is a matrix. Now, what I am saying is, if this is a matrix, and it is, that means that your consciousness has to be tuned in to the matrix to only see that.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to get you to see here. When you want to change things, you have to change it here.
You need to open up your bandwidth.
Okay? You have to change it here first.
In the heart. Yeah.
If you cannot see beyond the matrix, you're never going to be able to change, to make serious change. You're just not going to be able to do it. Okay, I'm talking serious change. I'm not talking about everyday changes, because you can do that within the matrix, okay? You can literally create things that you want and all of that in this current construct matrix. What we want to get out of this series is for you all to understand at a 1% level what's going on. That's how changes are made. Okay? Because to be honest, you should be graduating to the level that not only are you making serious changes in this realm, but you're also building and making changes in other realms. That's what we want you to get. That's why the quote, the wizards, the witches, the priesthoods, the secret societies, that 1% that has controlled this realm, that's what have them nervous.
Yeah.
Because that frequency now,
it's
open. Absolutely, nephew New.
Yeah.
It's open.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. And again, the frequency is communication, because it's ether, which is air, which is Aquarian. So they already knew and it tells you in the heliotech. It mentions in my father's house there were many mansions. Look for the man point water. It's not water, it's ether, because the energy is going to be the Piscean construct was water. This is why everything's going online. That's why they want. But again, this is why even with this is how you know the things control, because even me and sister, we've been talking about this. Sister mentioned Gateway to a New Economy. I showed the sister one sick interview. When did I send you that interview with the Bank of England?
Yeah, because we played it on the air, honey, and I couldn't believe that what he admitted. But yes, you did.
Yeah. There's another one, sister, that I've got for you, but I'll send you a link for that. Okay. But what I want to get into is the sister's been covering this. The economy, or the econ on Michael, it's all in the words, as we all know, because they're cut like swords. What I want to get is the fact that communication or ether based is I refer to it as fifth dimensional, or blue, or ether based. It's fifth dimensional. Blue is representative of water, but it's not water. It's actually ether. because this air-based, which is crazy, that's why everything is going online. They're going ether-based because the realm, which they know, due to this Black Saturn clock, is having to go ether-based. That's why the Fed, sister mentioned this again, the Fed are putting these CBDCs and they're trying to regulate the so-called crypto because it's ether-based economy, which they knew was coming, which I mentioned with SDR's special drawing rights, that the new system is that they want is already in place, but they can't put it fully on everybody. And again, like sister's talking about with the man who fell to earth with his black box, they need to, when they want to reset this realm, when they need to get this new contract with us, a new contract in place, they're going to have to get us using consent. They're going to have to get us to agree to this new construct.
Exactly.
That is what
they
what
have
you guys
to
say.
get us to agree. Exactly.
Yes, that's right.
Exactly. And I ain't agreeing to a goddamn thing. I didn't fucking told you. It ain't happening on my watch. I'm not agreeing to it.
Come on, Auntie. Come on.
It's just simple as that because we don't need it.
Come on.
Yeah.
This is why we're trying to get you all in the mindset of being creators.
Yeah, instead of taking a contract that somebody else has created,
and instead of taking what somebody else created, absolutely.
Yeah, within the constructs of their confined offers that they're putting to you, as though they're saying that it's your creation, you're part of it, you agree to it all, but yet that's the same trap they want you into based on the Aquarian age. Yeah. Because the Piscean construct that the Pope has at the moment is being moved, and they're putting this what I call fake version of Aquarius in the fake version they want in, where they control you as opposed to you being agree with the sister, as opposed to you being creative and actually not even being here within this realm. You could even leave that. They don't talk about this, and meeting sister does what I do as well. But leaving this world and creating new forms of existence. That's the potential on the higher level.
Because I know we say that and people kind of look past it about it being more than one realm. We talked about it a little bit last week with the timelines. I forgot who mentioned it. I think it was a shout out to Sis Kells. I think Sis Kells asked that question. But yeah, that's the level you need to be at. You need to be the priests, the priestesses, the high priest and priestesses, the witches and the wizards. That's the level you need to be on.
That potential is within you. It's within us.
It is within you. Absolutely. Because that's what your ancient ancestors were. Okay. Now, not everybody. Okay. Because remember, this information is going to go over 99% of the population's head.
It can be Black, European, and Indigenous. Sorry.
So we wanted to share that with you. I wanted to share that with you. So that whole Wakanda Forever, if you can, check it out. But you're going to see where there's two sets of melanated people. Now, the thing that I'm struggling with, it's got me rethinking, because in Black Panther, they say that Wakanda was over in Africa, although we're like, well, Panthers are here in America, so what the hell is you saying? Why you got an American cat associated with Africa? Blinkety blink, blink, blink. Now, here's my thing. I think Wakanda Forever was kind of depicting the internal war that happened over here in the Americas with the ancient people against each other. Okay. And, you know, some partnering up with other folks. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I was going to say that's the only way that the intruders, quote unquote, could have gotten in, is that we had inner beef.
Yes, I agree. And I agree. And this is when we fell, this is what we talked about in the other series, when we fell from Tyron 5D, Avatar, who was blue, obviously, because we touched with the realm. And obviously, when the frequency fence the holes got poked in, what did they do? And I think I talked about that. I think I shared something with the sister, these British scientists over here. We were talking about when people were whole from when we weren't at war to when we came into into a place where we were. Well, remember I told you about it, and they were talking about how melanin and people have less melanin, and how people were DNA and stuff was interfered. Remember I mentioned it, how there was interfered with. So sister's right. When certain points have happened, they've been able to put the frequencies in and getting like you were saying, and then when they've been able to mess with certain groups of people, hence we know which people I'm referring to. Those things have caused a lot of the problems that we still have even now. And sister's right on point with that. So the issue is the fact that we weren't at war, and then at some point some things happened, and it's meant that we've got into an internal war, and as a result of that, we've then fell even further down the issue, and then we've got the problems where we are right here, right now. But it started with us. It started with us. It started with us.
Yeah.
I have to agree with the sister. It started with us. They know that, and this is why when I've referred to the ancient buildings that are here, if you notice, they always talk about a helicopter where Egypt is, right? And but they've got the multiple pyramids or cars that they'll used to call them cahiers, the original cars, but you can find them in Laos, you can find them in Fora, you can find some in Europe, you can find them in Mali. You can find them, and the same buildings you can find in the Yucatan in Mexico. You can find them in the mountains over here. The same society was across the board. It weren't just in so-called Africa. The societies were across the board. Yes. And again, keep about Pangea, and keep in mind that when Atlantis fell and Lemuria fell, there were canals, so we were all connected. It weren't like it was over there. No, it wasn't. Again, with the same with the Tatars, the Tataria, the society, and I showed this in some of the stuff I've done previously. The societies were across the board. Exactly, the societies were across the board. So what they've tried to do, sister, is try to paint it like Africa. It's Africa only. No, the societies were across the board.
Flood, now we end up in Africa.
Agreed. It was across the board.
Sister. Yes, then yes. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
And to be quite frank, I don't think Africa was as built up.
No.
I think a catastrophe happened over in Africa.
It was global.
That was definitely global. But you really see it.
Dry, like say that area dried up first. That area was first to.
Yeah, you really see it.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah,
he spoke about this. He did speak about it, and he said, "This is why Africa. If you look at where it is, where the Cahiers are, where referred to as where Egypt is, or Hiccupta, and remember, Pope gets his name Papa from Hiccupta, and Pata means Papa, which means Pope. The knowledge came from they're using the 33 degrees of knowledge that they're using. Again, with Dan and Akin. But Delbert Blair talked about this. He did mention this. I remember him doing this years ago when speaking about, and he said that there was the reason why they've got sand in the deserts is because Africa used to be a thick jungle, and he said
I heard that too.
Basically that he said that there was because of some of the energies that we were using, the high vibration energies we were using, that whole thing got shut down, and that's why the desert came. He mentioned that specifically. He's already talked about that.
They said laser wars.
I would believe that because
they're in Arizona.
Because we know now what sand is, right?
Yeah.
We know sand is silica from the silicone trees. So
right.
something happened where all that stuff was
wiped out.
So I can roll with that, but just real quick, because it was some the sex bots doing their job every time we thank you for the confirmation, sex bot. Shit.
Welcome back, sex bots.
Ass up in here.
We didn't come to play today.
Stepping on some toes, so it's all good.
Damn. Yeah.
So, Brother Shrug said, and the great spirit being Wakanda and Sioux culture. Yeah, I really think that whole Black Panther stuff, they're really hinting about the rich resources over here in America.
Disclosure.
And so I just find that interesting that the vibranium and the Wakanda Forever, now they're talking about the Mayan civilization has it too. So it just sparked me that, are they referencing kind of what happened over here from a tribal perspective over in the
I think so.
Well, Auntie.
I think so because
go ahead, Alexandra.
I think so because I had some history about the Mayans. They were doing on I don't know, Discovery or something. And they had civilizations underneath the ground where rivers were, big rivers were underground. And we talked about the 13 crystals, the crystal heads that people were trying to find.
Yeah, I want to talk about
And
that.
a long time ago. And they said that the whole Mayan culture went underground and they weren't seen anymore. In this
Yeah, and
documentary,
that's
I think
pretty
I was
much what they opened up with Wakanda Forever, that they went underground and they, you know, and that because they wanted to reference the Age of Aquarius, headed where they became a water people, and they had a total civilization underground, and they had high technology as well.
Yeah,
And
elevator doors, automatic.
vibranium. I'm talking about the movie. And they were just showing how the use of vibranium was happening, and they were showing how basically, and now this is the interesting part. This is what really made me think that it was about the ancient civilization of the Americas, meaning the first indigenous people warring. Because the Mayans didn't want to fuck with the outsiders.
Facts.
And child, I was sitting back. I had the pause, and I went and made me some popcorn, baby, and put me some hot sauce on that motherfucker. I'm like, I gotta have my snacks for this because, oh my god, oh my god. But yeah, in the movie, the Mayans, that civilization, they didn't give a fuck, baby. They like, I'm not sharing a damn thing. And so they got pissed with Wakanda and them for dipping and dabbing with the outsiders. And they were like, because you sitting up here dipping and dabbing with them, they're coming for our resources. So it's really an interesting movie. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. They show a lot of technology in the movie, of course. So that's what even more made me think about, wait a minute, they're kind of mixing stuff here. They're, number one, talking about the original population of the planet. That's what the blue people represent, okay? So when you see the blue people, they're telling you the civilization before a catastrophe happened on the planet.
I agree.
So let me even be more specific. When you see them showing you the blue people as they show you in this new Wakanda Forever, as they show you in both Avatar, they represent that Bible timeline that everybody want to hold on to.
That would be AD or BC.
That's what that represent. Yeah. That is before the calculation of what we are calling time.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
Yeah. Or 100, whatever. Yeah.
That's what they're showing you. So in Wakanda Forever, they were telling you about that ancient society, and then they were telling you how over in the Americas, now this is the part that's my opinion, over in the Americas, how the two separate bloodlines, I would have to tie it to bloodlines at this point,
Please do, sister.
fought because one didn't want to intermingle and let in other societies, and the others did. So I found it interesting that they were linking the Mayans to not wanting to be bothered, and of course they made the Mayans out to be the bad guys.
Of course.
And so it looked like in the movie it was two melanated kingdoms fighting against white folks, but now we know that all of this was melanated on melanated, okay? Because there was no such thing as a white kingdom and white colonization. That was all black.
That's exactly. That came a lot later. Hence why that gets into where the sister's coming from, because this is what I talked about in that previous in the previous series that we've done. That when they were poking holes in the frequency fences, meaning the Anuk, those Anunnaki, the Draco, these other beings we talked about them, these ratchet beings. We know they are. But my point is that when they were doing that, we were here, but the other people that they referred to, the sister just mentioned, they weren't here back then. They weren't here back then. This is their new because this gets into the 5 cloisters. Because when I talk about the electric wars, remember the 5 cloister races came and joined the 3rd. This is why I keep talking about the seedings. And the seedings meaning bloodlines. The original seedings when the female Yanas came here, they're talking billions of years ago. We're all melanated, plus conscious, higher conscious level. When we had the last seeding, when they put the last seedings in, and this was after electric wars, that's why I called in this last series that we did, we called the reference points. When it was in the electric wars, it lasted around about 900 years in total. When that was finished, the electric wars, the realm, the trees, the original stuff was cut down, and the electricity and the black Saturn, the electric black grid was put in. Hence why
Let there be light.
The electricity today, let there be light. And that electricity, that black Saturn the sister's on about. And that's when the other the last seedings were put here. Hence why the other beings that are still here now. But before then, they weren't here. So that's why I agree with the sister. So she's spot on.
And
they're only recent.
Sure.
On the 5 cloister races is only more recent. It's not ancient. That's why we have to. The sister's right. We have to be very clear about who was here back then and who wasn't here.
Facts.
And indeed, I'm sorry, nephew. Did you have something? Because I do have 2 other things to share with that some sisters sent me, and I don't be. That's how I know we're on the same frequency, because what they sent me is basically based on the conversation we're talking about. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew. What did you have to add on?
I wanted to talk about gemstones in this conversation, and I had something about geometry for your later presentation. But for now, gemstones was you're talking about the underground. One thing I haven't ever seen is gemstones, or are those ever discovered in any other places? Do we have caves where we have those crystals in any other places other than really America? Let's say Arizona, let's say more specifically. And the reason I say that is we talk about this clasm, this electric war. What would cause what would cause those orbs to turn into those crystals? What would cause them to have an outside shell that looks basically disgusting like a rock, but you crack them open and they have this amazing interior structure?
I can't make this up. I got to bring this up. Who gave me this source? I think this sis Nonya gave me that. I'm telling you, y'all, we be so on the same frequency. You finna trip out. Hold on a second. I got something for you, nephew.
All I'm saying is that, as you said, they're talking about vibranium. We know that they had to cut the tree down to get under in the avatar. They said whatever they're going after is under the tree. So we know it's underground.
Exactly.
We know whatever they're going for, they had to drill, they had to dig. And we know, once again, you go underground, you have those caves, you have those gemstones, you have all those orbs that we don't know anything about. They don't tell us about. We don't know all what they really have effect over. But to them,
Shrugs, you so damn smart, your smart ass. Damn, you beat me to the punch. Yeah, brother. Brother Shrugs.
Right. So I'm just saying is that when they're talking about it started in Africa, I my hat's right now, no, America first, because I don't know anywhere else that has gemstones. I don't know anywhere else that has those type of structures. So I'll yield.
And keep in mind, though, when we did the last series, just to call a reference point, I did talk about, you know where the caves are? I talked about the Nibirium frequencies, because this realm, when it was shifted, this is why they talk about the Earth's ley lines and the Earth's grids, because I keep mentioning it, but they put the hijacking. In order to attach that black Saturn, they had to put certain things within those caves. And I think I'll share an image of them. The caves are augmented to hit that 55 harmonic. Yeah. But originally it wasn't set for that. No, it wasn't originally like that. So knew why you spot on. That's why I talk about the 55 harmonic and the viewing frequencies, because when that black Saturn was put in, they had to institute beneath the trees. They had to institute those rocks and those energies to
activate whatever was there to get it to be tuned to whatever frequency they needed to be tuned at.
Correct. Keep going.
Give that. No, that's it.
Okay.
I'm surrounded. You're on.
No, so shout out to Brother Shrugs. Before I even pulled it up, he said every electronic has crystal in them. And mineral to function: gold, copper, silver, quartz. Arizona being the second large. I got to get out to Arizona, y'all. I got to.
In Nevada.
You certainly do, sister.
I'm gonna do it this year. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what we use to keep our bodies mineralized. We have to have colloidal minerals.
Minerals.
Yeah, colloidal
and that's
silver. Yeah,
yeah.
And
we have to.
copper.
I
actually made me a copper concoction, y'all.
Copper is a good electricity conductor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
I
okay,
recommend
there
it
go
for
the sex bots.
everybody.
Thank you, y'all. Thanks, mods, for getting their butt out of here. So shout out to Sis Nonya. She's the one that sent me this.
Woo!
Vibranium found in Congo. Here's all you need to know about viral electrically charged rocks. Isn't this just what you said, nephew? That them rocks have crystals in it?
Right. You break them open.
Yeah,
and
of
that's what
course.
people
Yeah.
are searching for.
Yeah, so that's what
For
they
those
showing
gemstones.
blood doing here, and they
Right.
showing I guess that's on the
Purifier,
left
too.
hand side for Yao with
This is
the
the
little
excavation of
minerals.
Mother Nature in your
Right.
face.
The minerals in that rock. So let's keep going. Over the weekend, did they have a clip in here? No, they don't have a clip. Okay, over the weekend, a short clip took the internet by storm. It was initially posted by Twitter, handled Africa Archives. It showed two men demonstrating electrically charged rocks, which can be seen sparking when rubbed against each other. Another clip showed a
Nice.
small piece of rock lighting up a small bulb. The video was claimed to be from the Dominican Republic of Congo. But what is in it? As per reports, just a gram of these electrically charged rocks, which are claimed to be vibranium,
Rare earth material.
can help in lightening up a bulb for over 72 hours.
It's probably ley
Moreover,
lines.
a kilogram of the same rock can be used to supply power to a house of a 2-bedroom for at least 2 months.
How much? 72 what? God.
Yeah.
72 hours, guys.
Well, that's what what's his name? Tesla found
For a
out.
gram? You know what? That's fucking better
Earth
than-
had its own electricity.
These
Yeah.
electric rocks are reportedly created. I can't make this shit up. This is a good find, sis Nonya. Thank you. These electric rocks are reportedly created by the fusion of magnet and quartz, and their electrical properties are due to the combination of both materials. So do y'all
Damn.
understand why when we talk about the
A
black
little bit of
sun,
this.
shout
little
out
bit of
to Vibes of Cosmos for cracking that code and how they took that particular technology and set it on top of the ley lines, and how the ley lines are made up of the crystals, and
Right.
how those crystals are the roots of those ancient giant
Tree.
silica trees.
Yep.
Look at the crystal caves and then think of a root
And they're
structure
so
of any
beautiful.
plant.
Exactly. So, again,
Might use that system.
this is always going to be about land. It's always going to be about the minerals, the precious minerals, which are these crystals, because that's the real energy, and you, because you are connected to that. That
are
is
that.
the original organic energy of the planet.
Well, Auntie, let's break it down. You're 75% water, all right? Off the bat. So we got 25% left. The rest combines of what? Minerals. So that's you are nature in that sense. So you have to
Absolutely.
look at it from that perspective.
Absolutely. That's why in your vitamins, if you look on the back of any type of natural vitamins, you're gonna see some of them have copper,
Magnesium, zinc,
magnesium, absolutely. Those
Selenium,
exactly.
all
Okay.
those things is what we need. And they
Okay.
make
I
sure
think
we
that's
don't
it.
get it.
Where was vibranium found?
Auntie Sandra, you're faded.
Really?
Yeah, you kept doing that. I didn't know if you had stepped away because at one time it sounded like you was in another room.
I was.
Oh, okay. Well, in your defense. Okay,
I
shit.
didn't know.
That's what it
Okay.
sounded like. So that's all good.
I was there was another room there too. Yeah, that's why we don't get it in our food. They don't want us to have it because
That's a damn good point, sis Sandra. That's why we're so deficient in it.
Exactly. So I started taking colloidal minerals years ago, and I take it in a formula, and they sell it. And so when I get my little labs, the doctors look me upside the head.
Right. Like, how's that possible? Exactly.
Yeah. How's that possible? Everything's perfect. But you have to know this. You lose it at the age 20. I thought it was 30, but you lose all
you
your
start
minerals
losing
that you were born with.
Yeah.
And what's worse is we're having the radiation problem with all this technology around us. So we're being deteriorated, depleted, if you want to say, from the outside.
Yeah. So you have to do it. You have to do it if you want to live, because that's who you are.
Right. Okay, so where was vibranium found? As opposed to the popular opinion, vibranium was not discovered in Congo. Remarkably, there is no such thing as vibranium, as it is a fictional element and has been mentioned in several Marvel Universe comics, such as Black Panther. In the movies, vibranium is shown as possessing superhuman abilities, such as the capability to absorb and store energy. However, it's not real.
Just let me slide that in there real quick.
Right. While the source of these stones producing electricity is still undetermined, we know why it's producing electricity. Because again, just to be clear what we're talking about, those are the natural energy ley line of the planet, which were attached to the trees, the ancient silica big trees.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
They still hold their vibration from before.
Right. Okay. Which are a part of Mother Earth's natural ley lines. Okay. Right. So producing electricity is still undetermined. Congo is known for the minerals found in the country, such as coltan, cobalt, copper, gold, and tin, among several things. Yeah. Now, last time I checked, who they call the copper color people?
Yeah.
Your electric personality.
I mean, do we need to turn on our cameras and show y'all these different hues that's gonna come up if we turn on these goddamn cameras?
Are you in our heroes?
Okay, but I'm fencing to continue, because those minerals are not just found in the Congo. Okay, so this is still a hijack. All right, but it's close enough. We know how to decode stuff. Okay, so cobalt, copper, gold, and tin, among several others. Coltan and cobalt do not have the capacity to be electrically charged, but both these elements can be used in making electronic gadgets and have all the properties of what? Conducting electricity.
Black Saturn.
Okay. Amid the virility of the videos, researchers across the globe have been trying to figure out a way to use stones to produce electricity. Y'all better stop playing with me, article, okay? Okay?
Meaning, how did we do it back then? That's what they're trying to figure out.
But we're going to continue. Nairobi News has reported that vibranium is found in Katanga region of the Dominican Republic of Congo. Okay. The Democratic. I'm sorry. I keep calling it Dominican. Same thing. Shit. It was renamed.
I thought it was fake.
Because the Dominican ain't really the Dominican. But we're going to continue.
It's still Haiti.
Right.
Auntie, I thought this was all fake. How is it has in our region?
Right.
Sorry,
all
what?
of that part. But we're going to continue. While vibranium is widely claimed as fictional, the actual composition and name of the electrically charged rocks shown in the viral video are yet unknown. Yeah, okay, unknown.
I love how they slide that in at the last sentence.
Yeah. What the hell ever. So this is a very good find, sis. This is from Economic Times. Okay. All right. So that's the one. Let me just real quick pull up the other one. Let me give you all a background while I try to find my other article from Sis Rochelle. She gave an article that was right on time as well. Let me make sure, sis. I don't want to. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's bring this other one up. Okay, so this next one we're going to go into. Where's my display capture? All right. Let's do this real quick. Let me bring this up so y'all can see it, fam, on here. All right, so shout out to Sis Rochelle for sending me this.
Big up yourself.
So this is from nature.com. Has Earth's inner core stopped its strange spin?
Oh, I have that article. I meant to talk about it last week.
So they came out with this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, they did.
Earthquake data hints that the inner core stopped rotating faster than the rest of the planet in 2009, but not all researchers agree. All right, so before we go into this finna be class.
Andy, accept all those cookies.
Get my Jeopardy voice on.
Andy, can you accept all those cookies so we can see the planet?
Oh yeah, my bad. Shit, I really don't want to, but
I just want to see. I know.
I'll clean it up
Just for the
later.
vision.
I'll clean it up later.
Ta-da! You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm finna get the Jeopardy on.
What's happening?
What do they mean when they talk about Earth's inner core?
The black sun.
Yeah, damn. See, y'all good. That's
No
correct.
one's getting too far. No one's getting too far now.
I know.
I'll
He
sit out
getting
next
too
round. I'll
big
sit out
for
the
his
next round.
britches, but I'm proud of you, nephew. Exactly.
Sit out the next round.
So again, fam, whenever you hear them talking about Earth's inner core, they're talking about the black sun. Okay? Now, there was a movie. Shit, I told y'all the name of the movie, and I didn't set up and forgot about it. The name, not about the movie. I forgot the name of the movie. Samuel L. Jackson is in the movie as a scientist. And
Snakes on the plane.
And in the movie, they put together this team because the Earth's core was going to explode. So they had to save the world. And Samuel L. Jackson was the scientist. The core. Thank you, sis Nonya. Sending you hugs and kisses. Go watch the core, goddammit.
They were drilling down to the earth.
They were drilling down to the earth. Did you see it, nephew?
I saw some of it, but I know of the movie. I should go re-look at it just to re-familiarize it. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
Okay, so when they drill down in that movie, Damn it, and I may have to dig up a picture because I showed y'all a picture of it before. I have to check my computer and try to if I could bring the picture up because I stopped the movie and snapped a picture when they dug down to the core of the planet, because that was Samuel Jackson's job as the scientist to build a drill that was sharp enough to dig down in the core. Why, when they got down in the core, baby, it was nothing but crystals. I said, oh, they better stop playing with me, goddammit, today. You better stop playing with me.
Trying to tell you something.
So when you hear them talk about Earth's core, they're talking about that black sun that spins. That black sun is technology. It is an electromagnetic coil that is spinning because of the natural magnetic field, or if you want to say electric, of the crystals.
Electromagnetic field of the crystals. You had it right. You had it right.
Okay. So again, I'm just going to say that again, because y'all going to come up out of this knowing. But I'm proud of y'all. Y'all really catching on to everything.
Yeah, we love
when you hear them talk about Earth's inner core, they are talking about the black sun, the electromagnetic coil that is artificial technology. It is ran off of Earth's natural ley lines.
Yes.
The crystals, it sits on top of that. That's how that technology spins.
Like a transformer. Yeah.
Okay? So when they've been talking about all of this pole shift and all of that, they were talking about the spin of that electromagnetic coil, that black sun. We told you that technology is breaking down.
Wait, listen. That's the hijack. Yes, sister. Go ahead.
We told you that electromagnetic coil technology is breaking down. So that's why they're coming out saying, has the Earth core stopped spinning? That's why they showed you in The Man Who Fell to Earth, the updated version, with the melanated alien who said that their planet is being pretty much destroyed, and he needs to build this not new technology, really the same technology, to save his planet. Now, this is spoiler alert, because y'all should have been caught up on that series by now. Once they get to the end, he admitted, I ain't finna sit up here and lie. Our planet is done. We coming over here. Because y'all do realize that what happened over in our planet is going to happen over here.
Bars.
So what he's basically saying is your black sun, your electromagnetic coil is going to fail also. Yep. So this is a Jeopardy moment. What technology were they showing in The Man Who Fell to Earth, the new one?
You said it was black coil?
What technology did that alien bring to the planet? The melanated alien.
My own? Yeah, black coil.
Fusion.
Fusion. Oh, yeah.
Cold
fusion.
Fusion. Exactly, Nonya. Sis Nonya, I knew you would get it. Fusion.
Good job. Keep it up.
CERN. Oh, CERN.
And it ain't even CERN, because CERN.
She said CERN. They're trying to do it with CERN.
You can't use something that's. See, the problem with the problem with master imitators is this. You can imitate something, but imitation is never, ever going to be as good as the original. Go ahead, sister.
Absolutely. No, thank you for that, Brother Odell. Fusion.
Yeah,
Fusion is the technology that the alien in The Man Who Fell to Earth was bringing to recreate the technology that he needed to save his planet. So at the end, he admitted that he just needs to go back and bring as many people as he can, his people, to Earth, and they need to rebuild something so the same thing doesn't happen to Earth. So how much power do they say fusion has? What is fusion what do they compare fusion power to?
Creation of a star.
A creation of the star. Don't they always say, just go look up the fusion, go Google it.
Collapse the sound bubble under the water experiment.
And they're going to tell you, if you look up what is fusion, they're going to tell you that it's technology that is so many more times power than the actual sun.
Correct.
Okay.
And which sun are they referring to? Which sun are they referring to? This is the question.
The image
it's the black sun.
Yeah, exactly. And so therefore, if it's the black sun, what's the black sun? What's the black sun? What is that in its original form, or what is the black sun? The question should be asking, or should have been asked. Not obviously, not us. We know what that is. But
New York too, Indian Carter.
Right. So if that's the case, and we're talking about the black sun, and that functions as electricity.
Oh, sorry.
Right. Remember, that's converting something to electricity. So what's that originally sat exactly? So what's it originally sat on? This is why I talked about magnets, and I talked about org. That's why I mentioned it. You heard me. There's three forms of energy. The other players talk about this as well. There's org, magnetism, and electricity. That's your three forms of energy.
Or now, you'll know that zero point energy, as they call it.
Yes. And keep in mind that civilizations, it talks about the grounded civilizations, if they've mastered their own realms, you've got the basic stuff where it's the Black Saturn, which is this realm. But then you've got civilizations that are that grand that they're able to create stuff from org energy. And then when they've mastered that, you talk about civilizations that are scaling on a much higher level. So that's the issue where the sisters agree where sisters coming from. The Black Saturn is only using a fraction of the energy that those crystals are creating. It's using a tiny fraction of it. And it's like your eyes in 3D perspective. The spectrum of light that we're seeing through 3D perspective is only a tiny spectrum. If you look at beings like the Anunnaki and these other beings, if you look at the size of their eyes, the spectrum of light that they're seeing is much, much higher than what people are seeing down here.
Brother, it's not light, it's electromagnetic field that they're, because light is the electromagnetic
field. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so they're able to capture more electromagnetic energy that they can see. Like, for example, infrared, we can't see it, but we can have devices that can capture that energy, and then we can see things at night that we can't see. Just like them, they can capture more electromagnetic energy within the realm. Thus, they can see things that we particularly can't see.
That's what and that's proven by the animals here, like cats and dogs. Who've got
exactly.
And when the animals are near you and the dog starts barking, you're thinking, why is the dog? But that's Sandra's dog. Oh, it's barks when we're talking certain energy about.
Yeah. He always puts something on it. His stinking self.
Put something on it.
Because their ears. Cats as well. Their ears are the frequencies that they pick up are much higher vibration. They can and they get
exactly and Brother Shrugs put it in there. He said that the pineal gland absorbs all light, and you can see all light when you're tapped. So meaning when you're tapped in to that particular frequency. And that's what we were talking to you all about when we said when you start seeing those spectrums of light. And shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair, because he was the one that put me up on game when I was saying, well, what is all of these different colorful dots that I'm seeing, or this shimmering different colors that I'm seeing? And he was like, that's you're actually seeing the true realm.
Well, and
you're seeing through the matrix. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
And that means Latin for womb, by the way. It's an original format. It means Latin for womb. And the womb is the womb of originally those sisters that came here. That's why I refer to Rhonda as a sister, because it's more about that galactic point, that ancient point that I see the women here. Because remember the realm, remember everybody who comes down here has to come through the stargate of womb, the woman, the realm of the woman. So that already proves you, just by looking at nature, proves you who was here first, because nature shows you, nature's God shows you the truth. So that shows you who had to come here first in order for it to, you know what I mean? Both age of that existed.
Right.
But the Yanas were first, the first were down here, the Stargates were first down there. But they've got that
as above, so below.
And they've got the mitochondrial DNA, but that DNA taps them back into that original part of the realm. The sisters, and I'm talking about sister, literally are tapped in onto that original. Have got their Stargates that are tied back to that original realm that black Saturn is sat on. That's why they always deal with the sisters a certain way when they're here, because they know that listen, if sisters stop birthing, this whole thing shut down tomorrow from.
Exactly. That's why they're panicking. And that's why I told y'all, I knew what I was talking about. I told you all that the gender wars had to happen.
Yeah.
I told you that people not having any children, it was a purpose for it. Because just like the ancient Mayans, the ancestors Mayans, those that's tapped in, we enter and understand. Yeah, we finna flip this motherfucker. That's a wrap. That's it.
Absolutely, sister. It's absolute. And if sisters are not birthing through the next generation, and keep in mind, I'll show you some. I'll say a link on demographics, but the population is in steep decline. It's in steep decline. I mean, over there, the birth rate's like 1 point something. The population is in steep decline because
it's even the birth rate. It's the willingness to have. It's the willingness to procreate. Not the birth rate. The willingness to procreate. Remember, there's transgenders. There's the people that just don't want to even have sex totally. Like, god damn.
Yeah, but I mean that backfired on them because, as far as the transgender stuff, it just added even more to people not wanting to have children because it gave people the freedom and shout out to those people because everybody should be able to live in their truth as they feel.
No, that's fine. No,
they need to. You're not harming nobody, do you, baby?
But there's an agenda.
You know? Right, and that's fine. But what my point I'm trying to make is that had even more people, quote, quote, come out of the closet and live their truth.
Fine, that's cool.
So meaning I know my purpose is not on this planet just to procreate.
Facts.
People are waking up, specifically women. Women around the world have woke up and said, wait a minute, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why would I continue to cycle in little ones? This is some bullshit.
On this frequency. Yeah, that's
and I'm telling you,
I would want it.
These are the reasons why everything is about to flip.
Yep, and they can't and this is why I keep saying they can't control it.
It can't be stopped.
No, and this is what they're scared of.
This is why the Mayans stopped that calendar.
Because they knew.
They
That's
knew.
what we've been talking about. Yeah, they
Absolutely,
knew. I agree. We mentioned it. We both mentioned this, sister.
Yep.
This is why that series
when we got that connection, we were like, oh, wait a minute. That's why the Mayans stopped the calendar. Oh, my God. Shout out to the Mayan civilization.
Himself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. They knew when we had this natural window of ascension, and that's why we did the last series that we did, was to talk about the fact that they're at a point now where their system's breaking down, and everything that was on the table is now off the table.
Exactly, it's off the table, and the only way it's gonna be back on the table is if the 1% agree to it. And we ain't agreeing to a motherfucking thing, part.
If you're a bitch ass motherfucker and you want to take that deal, go ahead.
So we're fantastic. This is why it's a great point to be here. This is why we're talking. That's why I agree with sister. We're a great point to be here because we're going to be part of this.
We're a part of it. I keep telling y'all how we searching through the historical archives. You all do know that we're going to be in them archives.
We are, Akashic records.
You're literally going to be in those archives where generations to come gonna say, yeah, that crazy ass lady They used to come on there screaming and MFing and SB, and they was talking about all of that stuff. Okay, them cussing ass Indians, they call themselves Indians in America. They was talking about all that shit. That's why I kept telling you all the decisions that you're making today, you're setting the precedents up for future generations. That is why I'm telling you to get on your 1% shit.
Yeah, the moment is all we got.
Yeah, it's
History
it's exciting. It's exciting. So I love when they be talking about the Earth's core is gonna stop. Blah blah blah.
Yes.
And goddamn it, after the show, I didn't eat dinner. I'm gonna pop me some popcorn with my hot sauce, break
Watch
off
your
a
crap.
gummy,
Whoa.
and sit and be like, do what
Watch
you
your
do,
crap.
Mama Earth. I'm in full motherfucking support. So let's
Oh,
go
we just
through this
destroyed all their
article.
shit, Mother Earth. Oh shit.
Right, because I told you if it jump off and she get ready to start wiping stuff out, then I'ma just sit in my backyard among my plants with my motherfucking chair in my garden and fire one up in the air like, okay, well, hey, it is what the fuck it is.
Well, Andrade, check this. I think they knew it was coming because remember they had the whole Syrian refugee thing. We need to get all those people out of that area and come now. Look, all that area got decimated.
Yeah, so I got my shop and tea. Keep in
You know
mind.
what I mean? So it's like accidental. They just pull all those refugees out of there.
Funny enough as well, Nuwa, keep in mind they've got the climate agenda and they keep saying to us, global warming, global warming, global warming, global warming. Because what?
2030, man.
They're saying the ice caps are melting.
2030.
If the ice caps are melting into the so-called water, even though that's an illusion, if the ice caps are melting into water and the water levels are rising, it's not the water levels are rising. They're going to be heated up. So therefore, what's going to turn into ether? It's going to air, Aquarian. It's going to air base. They're telling the truth, but the can't see it.
Exactly. They're telling the truth, but they're telling a lie. Exactly.
Right.
Yes, sister. Go ahead.
And remember, they came out and said, Bill Gates came out and said he has a project where he's going to try to put stuff in the atmosphere to keep the sun, to make sure it's cooler. So naturally, this place is supposed to button them up. And they're like, nah, we can't take it right now. And now we're going to admit that we're putting stuff in the air. We have to.
It is hot. It is hot.
Well, and the thing of it
For
is...
For them. We would get used to it.
Well, bottom line, that
cold-blooded.
sun that we see in the sky, remember when some people used to say, and I heard this through a Moor, and shout out to the Moors that's on their shit metaphysically, and that's really on their shit from the true government side. Much respect to you all, okay? Because you got some cold Moors in the game. Very few now. Nothing but honor and respect to you. All of the other Moors coming up that you're regurgitating doctrine. You need to go get up under Moors that really hit that history, that true history, that true metaphysics. If you don't know, you need to hit them YouTube archives and go look at past videos like C. Freeman L. is one, okay? Because what I'm seeing from you Moors that want to jump on people's platforms, y'all be so wrong that it's painful. Because all you want to talk about is the term black and white and melon. Who gives a fuck, baby? Get your scholarship up. All right, so let me stay focused and get to this article. But the point being with that whole climate change, that sun, what we're telling you, when they talk about inner core, they're talking about their black sun electromagnetic coil technology failing.
Yes. Or they no longer have control of it. Let's say it like that. It may not be failing, but they no longer have control of it.
It's failing.
Because
we don't need it.
Is gone.
We don't need
it, but they don't have the ability, as I said, to do whatever they were doing before, where they had control. Because remember, they installed it, it was nice, and now something happened, and they're like, "Oh shit,
it's failing." Think of it again like upgrading a computer.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it's failing, and they're trying to figure out how to upgrade it because it's failing because
Mother Nature.
Exactly. Mother
It wasn't
Earth.
that supposed to.
Huh?
Wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be. Keep in mind when I talk about the electric clock, it was an institute. That clock was never part of the original realm.
It never was a part of the original realm to fucking begin with.
Exactly. So if something's naturally already more powerful, remember the black sun is sitting on top of what the echoes and the stuff that the sisters are linked to through the stargates for their wombs.
Yeah,
and that's why. And keep in mind the moon. Sisters' wombs are the cycle of the eggs, so-called eggs, and the cycle of the moon. Okay, which is obviously that means they're in touch with the realm of sisters. But my point is, they're only remember it might sit on top of the original Stargate. The original stuff that the sisters brought when they were here. Even though they're only using a tiny spectrum to institute the black Saturn from the hijack point of view. Keep in mind, if something's beyond the realm that's putting in high frequency naturally, that would come anyway as part of a universal change, omniversal change, right back to the Great Spirit, start the whole thing off. You've got to think naturally at some point when that comes in, it's going to knock the black Saturn off anyway because it's the natural frequency that it sits on is more powerful. So they're trying to beat the creator. They started everything off anyway. You find a ball you've already lost.
Well, they're wanting us to consent to their frequency now. They can't control the frequency. They want us to consent to their frequency.
And it's not going to happen.
Exactly. Not gonna happen.
Exactly. So it's failing.
Yeah, because they don't have control no more. You're right. It's failing. Yeah. They not consent to it.
Okay.
The natural cycles are coming back, regardless of what they're doing.
The naturalness of Mother Earth is coming back. Okay.
Yes. The whole realm is going back to what it would be, which is what you sit on the stargates. So that energy is going to hit, and I keep saying this: the energy is going to hit the women first.
Exactly, yes, and it has, and that's across the planet. That's where the gender wars is kicking in. That's where the birthing rates are kicking in. That's where melanated women. I'm just going to speak on the Americas because that's what I'm more familiar with going back to their natural hair. We all started it around the same time. Okay? Yep. We all like, fuck this perm shit. I'm sick of this shit.
Straighten in your hair and all this nonsense.
Yeah, fire me if you want. We don't care.
Okay? Because end of the day, women are closer to tuning into the frequency of the planet just because of being a woman. Okay, that's no slight to me. Yeah. That's just the way it is because it's a woman planet. Okay, that's not saying that men can't tap in because you can and you should.
No, we have to tap into you, and that's how we get our frequency download when we tap into you.
True, but which is why patriarch is failing miserably, and that shit is out the door. But yeah, it's all in the plan. All right, so let's get to this article. Thousands of kilometers beneath your feet, Earth's interior might be doing something very weird. Many scientists think that the inner core spins faster than the rest of the planet. Okay, so we already know, hopefully y'all know that we ain't spinning on no ball. Okay, only motherfucker that's spinning is that black sun, that electromagnetic coil. Okay, so it's faster than the planet, but sometimes in the past decade, according to a study, y'all better stop bullshitting me. It apparently stopped doing so. Let me read this because I don't want to lie on these people up in this article. And shout out to Sis Rochelle for sending me this. Many scientists think that the inner core spins faster than the rest of the planet. So the black sun spins, okay, and then because the planet ain't spinning, okay. But sometime in the past decade, according to a study, it stopped doing so. I'm done.
I think that was 19.
I can go ahead and close this motherfucker up right now. Go pop my popcorn, put my hot sauce on,
the way I say like this. It's called like a magnetic slip. When you have, say, North and South Pole, they're locked together. But when they start to get out of frequency, out of tune, they become easy to take apart. They start to slip apart. So whatever this coil was attached to, the frequency is now able to slip. So their frequency has stopped while Mother Nature has continued on her frequency. That's basically
what do you think stopped it? This is a Jeopardy question.
I'm saying Mother Nature. She has
I need
her frequency
specifics.
out.
You can't answer, Brother Odell. No.
Okay.
The changing of the times.
Is that your final answer?
That's what I got for today.
No.
I think it's the frequency has changed. Because it did it in the 1970s.
What's driving the frequency? No.
We're driving the frequency because it's our frequency that makes this thing work.
Okay, that's a partial answer. What are we connected to?
We're connected to the earth.
The answer is what stopped that black sun is two things, and you hit the first part right, Sis Sandra. The consciousness of the people, and your consciousness is tied to the natural organic ley line of the planet or the crystals.
Auntie, drop a bomb for yourself. God damn.
Please, Rhonda. Drop that bomb.
Okay, let me drop the bomb. So what I'm telling you is
I get to go ride that motherfucker.
In words of Brother Sean.
Yeah,
exactly, Brother Antoine or nephew Antoine. She woke up.
You know what I mean? She got her knees. You know,
we told you she was gonna wake up and shake this motherfucker up.
I think.
So wait. Let's be clear. This is a moment. Let's be clear. This is a moment. Give me grace to get this out. So her natural frequency, her ley lines, her crystals, which was attached to them ancient trees that were cut the fuck down. Baby, she not playing with them bitches.
Motherfucker.
She retuned herself and she switched the frequency and shut that shit down. Do you think it's an accident when I told you all do not be on the board? I told you be above it, and I told you to burn this motherfucker down. Do you think it was an accident? I was telling you that.
Tom, that was all freaking you, Auntie.
So let me run this for the slow ones in the back, because this ain't Rhonda's words. This is nature.com's motherfucking words.
Before you start again. Woo!
They said, but sometime in the past decade, according to a study, it apparently stopped doing so. The inner coil, which is literally the black sun.
The inner coil, the smaller of the right.
Okay.
So that's been a while.
So decades.
We're seeing the effects. We're seeing the effects of it.
Yeah, they're coming out. I think I read another article. I think it was about 1970. So,
okay, let's be clear. Let's back up. I want us to stay focused. Hold on for me. Wasn't decades ago that the Mayan calendar stopped?
2011.
I'm just gonna sip my motherfucking water. I could shut this bitch right
down.
Can
you drop a bomb on that again?
Go pop my popcorn and put my hot sauce on it. Let me give a bomb again.
In your bag with that hot sauce.
So again, according to the Mayan calendar,
now see
that was decades ago. Did they not stop that motherfucker?
And did we not? And Auntie, hold that energy. Did we not witness the earth, the planet, stop on a dime when we heard that we had a something happen? Did we not shut everything down? All right, how are you?
Mm-hmm. And that was all to shake up the people's consciousness, to throw you off, because that particular hoochie coochie
that's what it was.
Really about the crown chakra, right?
Trying to kill her off.
Are y'all getting what we are telling you?
Corona. This is what we did in that last series. That's what we showed that last series. Corona. We showed the high consciousness. Keep going, sister.
Virus for who's what?
Right. 2012.
2012, 10 years,
Since,
a decade. Y'all should know it's 10
Sheba,
years
yeah.
later.
Uh-huh. So, baby, we got the connections, okay? We already know. We knew it, okay?
No.
We knew it. So let's continue with the article.
No, new. Get the fuck out.
We were quite surprised. Yeah.
Where are you?
Seismologists at Peking University in Beijing who reported the findings today in Nature Geoscience. The results could help to shine light on the many mysteries of the deep earth, including what part of the inner core, I said coil, that was a
It's the same
slip,
6.5
same freaking
slip.
thing.
Same frequency,
Inner
different fucking
core plays in maintaining the what?
The
The
what?
planet's magnetic field.
What's what? Dropping. What you usually have to go to 5G because they need to what? Bring it up.
And in affecting the speed of the whole planet's rotation. Again, it's not the whole planet's rotation. It's affecting the rotation of that motherfucking clock.
Yeah, which is why they don't got control.
So again, didn't the Mayan ancestors stop calculating the ages in 2012?
Yeah.
They knew what the frequency
They
was about.
knew what they were talking about. Okay? All right. So, and thus the length of a day.
It's a shortening.
I mean, they proving our motherfucking point. Because what drives day and night?
That
Time.
frequency. Or that rotation.
The length of the day.
The black sun and the moon and
Thank
and
you.
the-
Thank
the
you.
rotation of the sun.
The black
Thank
sun,
you.
right? Because isn't the
Yeah.
black sun
Yeah.
creating the image of, or the energy of what we're calling today the actual sun and the actual moon?
The refraction of.
So
Refracted
they're
light,
admitting to
refracted
you.
light.
They're admitting to you in this article what's going on. You just have to know what you're reading. So it's literally saying the results could help to shine light on the many mysteries of the deep earth, including what part of the inner core plays in maintaining the planet's magnetic field and in affecting the speed of the whole planet's rotation. And it's not the planet's rotation, it's the rotation of the fucking sky. And thus the length of the day. But they are just the latest installment of a long-running effort to explain the inner core's unusual rotation and might not be the final word on the matter. I keep thinking we're on the verge of figuring this out, said John Vidal, a seismologist at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. Y'all see why I'm saying that I got my best education on my motherfucking own versus these universities? Shit. But I'm not sure. Okay, well, we already know what's up, bruh. Mysteries of the deep. Researchers discovered the inner core in 1936 after studying how the seismic waves from earthquakes traveled throughout the planet or through the planet. Changes in the speed of the waves revealed that the planet's core, which is about 7,000 kilometers wide, consists of a solid center made mostly of iron, and they lying on this part, okay? Inside a shell of iron, liquid iron, and other elements, okay? As we already told you, it's really the electromagnetic coil, which that's the technology itself that sits on top of the natural technology, which are the crystals, which are the planet's natural ley line. And the crystals were a part of those ancient silica trees. So what was powering what they're calling the iron core, which is really an electromagnetic coil, are those crystals.
And Auntie, I just want to say they're what they're talking about is their machinery, though. They're not talking about Mother Nature.
Exactly. They're talking about the black sun. The black sun is their machinery.
Right.
They shouldn't have cut them trees down.
Yeah,
Well, they had to cut the trees down in
I
order
know to get the
control.
dome over.
Yeah, so they
I
need to
know.
get the fuck on. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, and they told you
Or get
Yeah,
this
that's
fucking
true.
destroyed. That's what you gonna do.
get under that
They
tree.
terraformed this stupid thing.
Shit. All
And
right.
no, that's what I'm saying. Auntie, when they said the shell, the liquid iron, I'm thinking of mercury. And
I
as
was
you said,
thinking that
that's-
too,
I'm-
nephew. I was thinking
I'm
that
saying
too.
That's just how they're manipulating. However their core is built, that's probably one of the materials they're using.
I
within
agree.
That's affected by the
Oh yeah, and control the temperature too.
right.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because like I said, we don't know how they're actually doing it, but like I said, we know mercury is
We
affected.
got a pretty good idea. That's why the
But they done
sex
lost
bot
control of the
showed up in this
temperature.
motherfucker.
You know
Like,
what I
I'm
mean?
sick of these people.
Every time Brother Odell speaks too, they can't control the temperature because mercury controls the temperature. That
Oh, that's
records
a
it
good
and
point.
stuff. So that's why it's gonna heat up.
And you understand why this shit was backfilled with water also, right?
Yeah.
There's a couple
Cool
of
it down.
points to cool off that coil, but also to carry, because water is a conductor of energy. So it was to carry that electromagnetic coil's frequency across the planet also. Okay, but as iron from the outer core crystallizes on the surface of the inner core, it changes the density of the outer liquid, driving churning motions that maintain Earth's magnetic field. So they just pretty much told you that this liquid helps that
Cooling.
coil spin. That's really what they're telling you. Okay. And the spin of that coil creates its magnetic field. Right.
Right. And Auntie, another fluid is ferrous fluid that is also affected by magnetic field. It's basically fine iron particles within like an oily material, a medium, and that's what they call ferrofluid. It's another material that they can be affected by magnetic fields.
Oh, interesting.
So all they're saying is whatever their coil or whatever the device is filled with something that is a liquid that is affected by Earth's magnetic field. And they're using that to tap their energy source.
This is interesting. Brother Shrug said also a lot of the UFO disclosures or even the reverse engineering of crafts rotating Mercury, oh wow, was used to counterclockwise spin. Damn. Interesting. That makes sense. So, God
High
damn
voltage,
it.
high frequency.
Wow, that's interesting.
Electrographitics is what I forgot his name right now. Something J. Brown. That's what the NASA scientists they use on the B-2 bomber. Electrographitics is where they use high voltage to basically affect the ether air environment, where they can basically let the aircraft fly undetected and without affected by the medium we call air.
That's interesting.
High voltage.
Wow.
Covering.
Yeah, that's a dope point, Brother Shrugs. He said all existence is affected by magnetic fields. That's what levitation, that is exactly right. See, that's why I love y'all. Shout out to BCU, goddammit. We got some smart people. Shit. That's why I mess with y'all. We got some smart people. So all existence is affected by magnetic fields. That's what levitation, time travel, etc. is all manipulation of the magnetic field. God damn it, I love y'all. Let me give you a motherfucking explosion. We don't come to play over here. Okay? And we actually have something on time travel.
Shrugs is good.
Yeah, Shrugs is he's actually brilliant. He's really, really smart.
You know, they in 1930, I think they had those crafts they made by Hitler in Germany where they would hover. They were shaped like UFOs back in the day.
Oh yeah. And then they would pull from the Hindu mythology of the flying Vimanas.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know all of that was reverse engineering, right? That's what
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And I have a video what my daughter-in-law sent me, and
Mhm.
she saw a craft that was hovering with lights flashing in over her house in LA. And she went out at night. I mean, she went and saw it. It was making noise and lights flashing, but she couldn't understand what it was. But I noticed that it never moved. It was just hovering in the same spot. And I think they had the army was uh, experimenting on craft,
Uh-huh.
to be able to hover like planes.
They
We have
already got
we have
that hovering
helicopters.
technology. They've had that for
Yeah,
a while, but yeah.
Yeah,
but we
man, since
have
the 30s.
helicopters, and I think they're going to planes now. Trying to keep the planes from moving. And so that's probably, I told her that's probably what she was seeing is an experimental one that they're trying out as to people are sleeping so they can't really see it.
Yeah, and all y'all
Guys,
have to
can I
do
give
is
you-
pay attention to the Marvel movies. I know, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a nerd like that. I'm not a
I haven't
gamer.
watched
That
TV.
gaming shit I don't get. But I am a
Mhm.
nerd and I'm into the Marvel stuff. But they show you the technology in Marvel just like they showed it in Avatar, just like they're showing it in Black Panther / Wakanda, or Wakanda rather. Okay. All right. So the liquid outer core essentially decouples the 2,400 kilometer wide inner core, really the black sun, electromagnetic coil, from the rest of the planet. So the inner coil can spin at its own pace. So they're pretty much telling you that the electromagnetic coil spins differently than planet Earth's natural ley lines. Okay, you just gotta understand and read between the lines.
And when they say decouple, which meaning it's not actually connected to, it's actually in a state where it's using the friction of the spin. Let's say of Mother Nature, she's going 100 miles an hour. They're using the friction of her spin to basically spin their rotation,
God
which will
damn
only
it,
get like
Brandon.
25%. So it's
like a kickoff move.
Right.
Kicking
Damn
off
it.
their rotation.
Yeah,
Right, so they
yeah,
can't hold it
Brandon.
1 to 1. They have it's only what they can like get a hold of, basically what they can touch.
So that would make sense then if Mother Earth raised her frequency or changed
Right.
it up.
Correct. They can
That's
touch
why
less
it
of it.
shut down that coil.
Right, because they don't have the same amount of energy that they were getting before.
God damn it.
That frequency change.
The frequency
Mhm.
change. So, okay, yeah, I'm finna start some more mess. Wouldn't this also line up to, don't y'all remember when the sun was yellow?
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
damn it, I know I ain't
Mhm.
that old. I know y'all remember that shit too, when the sun was yellow.
Yep.
Then it
Go
became
over
white.
yellow, and if you
Then
look
it
at it now,
became
it's white.
It's
And
a
if you-
blur. Not even a
Yeah.
white, just a blur.
Well,
That's a blur. Yeah, it is.
It was originally like if you look at this, I'll give you an idea with the sun as well. They think at sunrise and sunset, you've got the reds and the oranges, and then obviously it gets higher up. It used to be yellow, like the sister said. If you look at it, like even 10, 15 years ago, you could see it was yellow, really yellow. And then now, if you look at it, it's so high up in terms of the sky, or it is over here at the moment, the sky. But it's very high up at a different altitude. And at the moment, it's white. It's white.
Right.
It's never yellow now. Apart from when you get sunrise or sunset, you get the odd. You'll get a bit.
Sunset only, sunset and sunrise.
Only, yeah. But other than that, it's white. You don't get any yellow sun anymore. It's not. Now, if you really focus and you're able to sun gaze, I can do some quite skillful doing it. It's not white. It's not white. It's a system. No, I'm not getting any further than this because me just
Yeah, don't go any
It's not
further.
white. It's the other color.
Yeah,
You know what's really going on.
exactly. And those of us that are gardeners, we know the difference in the intensity and heat of the sun, or what they call in the fucking sun, and how it will scorch your plants now. My little peppers, one year I felt so sorry for them babies. I had to go out there and put
Oh, yeah,
a
they doing really
pillowcase
bad.
over them to stop that sun, that fake ass, whatever that shit.
Yeah,
they
it
got,
does burn them. It does.
burns them. And one time I was out, y'all. Why the sun, y'all? And I was trying to fumble to get my motherfucking camera together, and then it got corrected up by the time I pulled my camera out my purse. Why that bitch, y'all, was above my head?
Straight up.
It was like at the top of the motherfucking dome. I said, I know you fucking
burning a hole in his
The
scalp.
altitude is completely different now.
It's completely
2012,
different.
The altitude has changed. Yeah, the altitude is 2012. I agree with the altitude since 2012 has completely shifted. The altitude is pretty much on top rather than it being low in the realm. Yeah, it's on top. Yeah, it's the altitude is different. That's what I was mentioning. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and this is a great question. Cece said, where is the aurora borealis coming from? I'm gonna tell you, but I also, Cece, recommend you go check out the YouTube channel Vibes of Cosmo. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmo.
Yeah.
He breaks that shit down beautifully. It comes from this electromagnetic coil, this black sun that we're talking about.
It's the realm's heart chakra.
That's
I
where
got a
that's
question.
not that aurora borealis ain't even natural.
It's affecting the ether. You were saying.
It's literally coming from the black sun. That's the
Off the gases,
electromagnetic from that black sun.
Radiation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Radiation.
Gases.
Yes.
I got a question, family.
Yeah, hey, nephew. Peace and love.
What's
How
going
are
on?
you?
Peace and love.
What's
Peace and
up?
love. Peace
What's
and
up?
love.
Thanks.
So, we was just putting the piece together on how, basically the coil stopped at 2012. That technology was stopped basically being
Come
able
on with it. Come on
to
with
be
it.
able to jumpstart with the rotation of Mama Earth's core, of the core.
Correct.
Mhm.
So when 2012 hit, that's basically like, the song has changed, and
Correct.
you can't tune, the machine can't tune into that.
Can't
no more.
tune into it.
Correct.
So now, basically, that's what was basically the coil was keeping the dome on top of our realm.
Yeah.
It was keeping basically everybody pulled down towards it and pulling our energy to it so it can keep going.
Correct.
So now it's reversed. Everything is basically like the gravity done got turned off.
Correct.
And it's slowly like people are slowly starting to rise up. Basically, you starting to rise up through your crown. So that's why they had to put something
Do
on
the
your
hoochie coochie, right.
Exactly. Put something on your cap. Put something on your cap.
Right.
So is it safe to say that the only reason why we still got the dome and we still have the coil that's being able to actually operate is because the 99% is still going along with the script.
Speak on it.
Mhm.
So we basically, Mama done woke up. She doing what she doing. She creating different catastrophes. She gonna keep doing what she doing because she got to keep giving you natural signs for you to wake up.
Right.
And they're gonna keep doing what they doing as far as giving you full disclosure on what they doing, so you so those who are with the script can keep giving their consent. So
Correct.
what we literally are seeing is that the only reason why this is going longer is because the majority is keeping their head down instead of starting to look up and trying to go along with what's actually happening.
Right.
Instead of you. That's what's happening. Our energy, not our energy, but the majority of those who don't want to wake up, energy is basically keeping everything way down.
Nice, exactly. So
right,
keeping everything way down.
So this is what I want y'all to always keep in mind. And yes, Tracy, sis Tracy,
drop a bomb on that, bro.
Yeah, let me drop a bomb on that. My bad.
Good job, Antoine.
Yeah, nephew, you did that. Just let me get it out, sis. Let me get it out, because if I don't, I'm gonna forget.
No, don't.
What I want you all to always keep in mind is that you don't need everybody. You only need the 1%.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is what I was saying earlier. We're already here.
We're already here.
Happening.
Because again, think about it. Can you use your cell phone from 1980s? Some of y'all on this panel wasn't even born in goddamn 1980. Wow. The first iteration of the cell phone that came in that bag, okay, millennials, y'all don't know this. Baby, it came in a big ass bag like some fucking luggage. You understand me?
Yeah.
Can you use that bitch right now and make a phone call?
No, that's like GSM network and shit. No.
Why can't you use that?
Because it's a low vibrational frequency.
It's a different frequency, right? It's different technology.
Got phased out.
This is no different. So what I'm saying to you, it doesn't matter if the 99%, where we are now, and again, shout out to the Mayan ancestors, they got it fucking right. Where we are now, it doesn't matter if the 99% don't get it. You better get your shit together, baby, or get left behind. The planet has moved on.
You can't fence it no more. I keep saying this. People are allowed to fence it, right? We're allowed to fence it. Based on what's going on right now, the fences are being removed.
Yeah.
You
No,
can't
but this
fence
is why,
it no
this is
more.
why the censorship is so heavy, because the fence is removed. We're getting the information out, and they're like, no, we can't have that. We can't have that.
Right, and it doesn't matter because it's already been won.
Right, but they got to hold that line. They got to hold that.
and again, I don't give a fuck about a day. I don't care about the day. You know, no offense to the 99%. I'm not concerned or caring about that. I need you all to stay focused because it's going to happen anyway. It is happening.
Right.
Okay? This is about a major upgrade. Your consciousness needs to match and be tuned in with the planet's natural ley lines. Okay, I'm done, Sis Sandra. Go ahead.
Okay, I was looking at Sis Nanya. She said melanin is like chlorophyll. And when I read that, it really got me thinking,
It's an adaptogen. Don't Blaze to talk about this. It's an adaptogen. This is
why your mic's a little low, brother.
Sorry, it's an adaptogen. Melanin is an adaptogen. Delbert Blaze to talk about this, so it can adapt to the environments it's in. This is what Sister was mentioning, Rhonda, when she talked about the stuff in Congo, and she talked about the copper, and she's talking about the copper and copper color people again, because it's been talking about us, because we have that within us. To adapt to the shifts that's coming now.
You have it in you to adapt.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So when you take chlorophyll substitute for the iron that's in the oxygen, so that if we're going to turn to water breathing people, we can't use that oxygen.
Who said we turning into water breathing people? Who said that?
No, I mean, if we have to go out of the planet like the Mayans did, they went through the water. They went into the Aquarius, into the water and disappeared.
Well, that's mythology. We don't know that for sure.
But I do know.
We just know that they're saying that civilization disappeared. I'm saying that more than likely what happened was that civilization just started blending in with the rest of the general population, and what was the actual high priest and priestesses and all of that, who would just like we're bringing you all this information. They had the same thing in the Mayan society. Okay, so they just went underground. Okay, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
It will get rid of the poisons they have in your food and in the air.
Well, that's why
because they're killing us via the food and the air and all this other stuff.
You tonight, Shrugs. Wait a minute. Why Shrugs say?
See, he said that the chlorophyll would turn you blue-green. And then the copper will turn you green also. So those, you have to mineralize yourself to overcome.
Sorry, I was going to say the reason why you're turning green is simply because you're being oxidized. I just wanted to
exactly. And that will change your frequency too.
Right.
Again, but didn't know why I say oxygen. He said ether.
And
Eat
one thing,
Hot water.
one thing I learned is that the way you get more oxygen into your system is hydrogen peroxide. You put that on your skin, and when it gets absorbed into your skin, it does a whole bunch of whatever it does and adds oxygen into your system. And one thing they don't tell you about.
Yeah, I use that all the time too. Yeah.
As you said, the way it changes from the green to the copper is based on how it corrodes, based on the oxidization. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Noah.
Okay, so y'all do realize what he just said. If you had chlorophyll instead of iron in your blood, you'll be green blue.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
So
Alkaline.
I'm gonna help y'all take it a step further.
go ahead.
You don't even need iron in your body. It's
Exactly.
not
No, you
well,
don't.
my bad. You don't even need iron because we already get it naturally in the things that you naturally eat. Whether
Yeah,
you
it's
eat, whether you
supposed
on
to
a,
be.
well, even if you have a more predominantly a meat lifestyle, if you have a blend of all, you naturally gonna get iron in your body. What it is that people have to go within self and start tuning in that frequencies, turning the channel, turning that switch, and tuning
Find
into
that
what they need to do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's naturally going to happen because basically from what you just broke down of just from paying attention what's going on,
Well, we broke
it's
down.
literally that it's everything is rising up. That dome is rising off because it naturally has to go.
Mm-hmm.
That coil is breaking down because it can't do like a kite ride the wave of the wind no more.
Mm-hmm.
Broken.
Mama Earth is gonna keep making her signs as she do, and the ones who wants to be in that low vibrational density, they're gonna keep being recycled and going through that hell because they scared to do what they need to do.
Right. They can't hold the
ascend.
frequency. They can't
And
hold
that's
the
what-
frequency.
hold it.
Right.
And that's what those high level Mayans and whatnot they did when they went into the water, as Sis Chandra said. They didn't go direct. That's metaphorically speaking. They ain't go into the water. They went into those ethers. They went into the ether. They ascended higher.
They ascended. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, because
they
that's what I
ascended into
heard.
the
They
waters.
ascended.
And
Yeah.
well,
They
the
ascended.
water is higher up. This is low density water, but higher is water.
Well,
You know,
remember,
'cause
Exactly.
water breaks down into steam, like you said, when you change its
Yeah.
product.
Yeah. Water has
So they
different
became-
density points.
Medium
But
is
yeah.
So
water.
they went to a spiritual level. Their vibration went so high to where they broke the bonds of the spiritual
Reverse.
level. Of
Right.
the physical realm and
Of the
went into the higher
Right.
densities. Now those who couldn't and whatnot do it at the time, but they still had the essence to do so. Those is the ones that blended in, or those is the ones that was recycled in. It's
Yeah.
actually a movie that was crazy. It's an anime movie that these Asians, the Japanese made. It's called the law of the sun. It's called From the Law of the
that's
Sun.
interesting. I be trying to watch that anime stuff, y'all. I be
It's
so
an
damn
old
bored.
school anime. It's called the Law of the Sun, and they literally break down the time frames on how the creator made the sub guys, the sub creators and whatnot, and told them, okay, you need to make this planet,
Oh,
and
wait
you
a
need to
minute.
see life
Shit.
here.
Now you finna to make me go on and
Oh yeah,
get through that. What's
they
the
break
name
it
of
down.
it, baby? What's the
It's
name?
called the sun. It's called the sun. It's called the law of the sun.
The law.
And the sun, and the reason why the people
What happened? You still there, nephew?
Cut him off. We got to, bro.
Damn it.
Yeah.
It's called the law of the sun. We heard, nephew. It's
It's
called
an
the law of the
anime.
sun. Anime.
it's an
Y'all
anime.
trying to be nickel ass
Under the
slick.
sun. You know what I mean? We'll wait for him to come back. We'll pick
Shit.
up.
Just real quick, I want to point out the comments. So thank you, Brother Shrugs, for that. So that shows you that the avatar blue people, now you see. That's the connection that I was trying to pull out of what Brother Shrugs said. It was another comment. Sis Tracy said, some babies are born with those blue-green Mongolian spots too. Okay. Now that's interesting. You say that, sis, and I don't know who said it, if it was Dr. Dilbert Blair or if it was Phil Valentine that said that those blue-green spots that the babies are born with. You know, the newborns. I know y'all know what we talking about. They'll have it on their back or their arm.
The big
I've even
spots.
seen babies have it on their face.
Face.
And I can't remember if it was Dr. Dilbert Blair or if it was Phil Valentine that said that's how the original people of the planet used to look.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, sis, that you brought that up. So good call out there. Let me see. Okay, I'm just trying to see, did I miss anything?
Blue brains. Mhm.
Yep. Okay, let's get through this article. Dang, y'all, it's 10:50 already. Doggone it. That's okay.
Yeah.
We got. That's why
We
we
got
have to
what
do
you
the
needed.
serious. Yeah, this is why we do what we do, because we like to move with the energy. All right. So what are they raggedy behind is saying? Okay, so in 1996, Song and other researchers reported studying earthquakes that originated in the same region over 3 decades and whose energy was detected by the same monitoring station thousands of kilometers away. Since the 1960s, the scientists said, the travel time of seismic waves emanating from those earthquakes had changed, indicating that the inner core rotates faster than the planet's mantle, the layer just above the outer core. So let me just break this down to what they really trying to damn say. That black sun, that electromagnetic coil, is spinning really, really, really fast, abnormally fast. Well, it was, okay, because they admitted that the bitch is shut down. It ain't even running no more, okay? And why is this not on headline news? Earth's core stops. Why ain't this on headline news? But I got to hear about somebody's BBL motherfucking surgery, some goddamn concert tickets, somebody falling out on the fucking football field. Why ain't this headline news? But let's continue. Later studies refined estimates of the rate of the super rotation to conclude that the inner core rotates faster than the mantle by about 1/10 of a degree per year. Okay, so when y'all kept hearing about the pole shift, this is what they were really talking about. It was the shift of that electromagnetic coil, or the spin of the electromagnetic coil / black sun. But let's continue.
Being synced and for being not in sync.
But not everyone agrees. Other works suggest that the super rotation happens mostly in distinct periods, such as the early 2000s, rather than being a continuous, steady phenomenon. Some scientists, the early 2000s, huh? You mean 2012? But we gonna fucking continue. Some scientists even argue that the super rotation does not exist and that the difference in earthquake travel times are instead caused by physical changes on the surface of the inner coil. Okay, that don't make sense, but okay. Last June, Vidal and Wang, an earth scientist also at the University of Southern California, threw another spanner into the works. I need to go to the University in California and take all they motherfucking jobs. Shit. Vibes, come on. Come on and pick me up. Shit. And let's go on and we teach this stuff. But anyway, using data on the seismic waves generated by U.S. nuclear test blasts in 1969 and 71, they reported that between those years, Earth's inner coil had sub-rotated or rotated more slowly than the mantle. Only after 1971, they say, did it speed up and began to super rotate. All right, so if y'all trying to admit that you did your little nuclear test with the blast, that y'all interfered with your fucking technology, i.e. that black sun, okay, we got you. A rotational shift. Now Yang and Song say the inner core, or coil, has halted its spin relative to the mantle. They studied earthquakes mostly between 1995 and 2021 and found that the inner core super rotation had stopped. Oh my God, around 2009.
Yeah, well, that's approaching 2012. But Auntie, when it came to the blast, I remember them speaking that when they did their nuclear test, blah, 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 that all of a sudden UFO showed up. So when you're saying that it affected something, because they do say that after they started playing around with the nuclear technology, that these UFOs, quote unquote, showed up at their bases.
And it could have been people from the land beyond the poles.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was like, wait, what the fuck y'all over here doing in this dome?
Hey,
we sick of y'all, this fucked up civilization. What the fuck you niggas doing over here setting off nuclear blasts?
You're affecting those now. We're getting some after effects over here.
Right, we're getting some feedback.
Right, we're getting some feedback. God damn it, I'm sitting here eating my hot sauce popcorn.
Right.
And my shit over here shaking. What the fuck y'all over here doing up under this dome?
And they shut it, quote unquote, they shut all that shit down.
Shit.
So
all right. So they observed the changes at various points around the globe, which the researchers say confirms it is a true planet-wide phenomenon related to core rotation and not just local changes on the inner core's surface. Okay. The data hint that the inner core, which is really the coil, the black sun, might even be in the process. Shout out to y'all. Y'all so damn smart. Might even be in the process of shifting back towards sub-rotation. Okay. Yeah. So reversing, when y'all was talking about the Mercury and all that, how the Mercury can reverse its spin. That's why they funky ass was talking about pole reversal, fam. They were trying to reverse their electromagnetic coil.
From standstill to back to being
right. They was trying to jumpstart that. You know how when you try to get a jump on your regular ass car, because the battery, that shit is on low, and you know you need to go on and get a new battery.
Your energy source that you were using to power your shit has died, and now you can't tap into it. You need a boost.
Exactly. And I don't know if y'all remember me telling you all that is why they keep upgrading to 5G. I think China is on 7G. And remember, I told y'all, because people still running around here, oh, they trying to kill us. I told y'all, no, they not.
They would have killed us by now.
I told y'all, quote, that is them their technology trying to keep up with the planet's natural frequency. I told y'all that, but let's continue.
Casualties of war. That's all that is.
If so, something is probably happening to the what? Magnetic and gravitational forces that drive the core, which is really the electromagnetic.
That drives the core. Coil. So the core is not self-driven, so something else is in control.
Exactly. Such changes might link the inner core or coil to broaden geophysics phenomena such as an increase. We can't make this up. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmo. Vibes, I'm serious, baby. Come pick me up. We gonna roll to Cali, roll up in their classroom and kick them out and teach this shit properly. God damn it. Such changes might link the inner core to broader geophysical phenomena such as increases or decreases in the length of the day on Earth.
Yeah. We seen that.
So what they are telling you is this electromagnetic coil was been out of whack since 2009.
Swinging.
Okay? And they started noticing the changes from 1995, they said, all the way up to 2021. Oh, and by the way, Mayans stopped the quote counting of the time in 2012. And so now they're saying that Earth's core, they're trying to get the rotation back up, because remember, core is equal to that black sun.
Right.
Okay? And the changes to get this motherfucker back up started, it may increase or decrease the day on Earth.
Right.
Because remember, we told you, shout out to Vibes of Cosmo, that the sun and the moon are a direct result of the spin, the energy coming off of that electromagnetic coil, i.e. black sun, which here they're calling the core's rotation.
Correct.
So if they're telling you that the core rotation is driving the length of the day, right?
That's the new code word. The core. Yeah.
So they've just validated Vibes of Cosmo whole black sun thing. They just fucking validated it in this particular article.
Facts.
They're just telling you that the core's rotation, which is really the electromagnetic black sun coil, can impact the length of the day, which is really impacting the sun, right? How the sun rotates, right? But of course, they can't tell you rotate, because the way they're teaching it, supposedly the earth rotates around the sun. No. Vibes got it right. Yes, nephew.
You say length of the day. Sorry about that. Hold on. You say length of the day. What about the actual temperature of the environment?
Yeah, they ain't even talked about that. So this is gonna be a Jeopardy question. With the removal of the black sun and any type of artificial sun being in the sky and going on the planet's natural magnetic field, going on the planet's natural ley lines, what would be the temperature on Mother Earth? Let me get my Jeopardy music.
Always hot and warm.
What the equator would be.
What you say, nephew?
It'll always be based like in the tropical setting. There
you go. There you go, goddammit. Let me give you your hand clap. You said the climate would be what?
One setting.
Which would be
always
what?
Tropical. It would be always tropical.
It would be always tropical.
Entire plane.
Absolutely.
The next question, but this another question though. The Mayans had the calendar for the start and the ending of the black sun, of that coil technology.
Exactly.
Who gave them that technology? Who gave them the calendar?
Nobody gave it to them. They made it.
They made the calendar. How did they know? How did they know that it was a coil? It was technology put on the core.
And now that's the question.
The Anunnaki. They were around when they came into existence.
So that's safe to say that when they was at a high vibrational
fact,
when our realm was at a high vibrational state, when we didn't have the dome and we was able to go to different realms freely, and they came over here and seen us at an elevated state, because they seen that And if you look at that Terra Infinite, the map of the whole entire realm of all the worlds around us.
Come on with it.
Facts.
You will see that we are in the direct center of the whole realm itself.
Come on with it now.
We're considered pole centered.
Since the center was already at a high elevational point, we was already at a high vibrational point. Correct. They came in and said, okay, if this is the center of the center, basically what this is the center point. This is the 0 point.
This
take
is
control of the
frequency,
0
higher
point.
Frequency.
We take control of, i.e., this universe.
God,
if we take over that point, we would have control of the universe.
Exactly.
Facts.
You nailed it.
So that means that when we was at that high vibrational state and we seen what they was doing, either somebody on somebody on their side was like,
Speak on it.
Somebody on their side was like, oh, damn, this is what you doing. Basically, just like how they doing now. Like you got the young who come with the ideas and create the new technology, and then the ones who wicked, they sit back, wait for them to get to a certain point, and take over the technology, learn how to use it, and then kill off who know how to go against it.
Okay, but take one step further, one step back. Is the ones within our own ranks recognize the technology? The ones within our ranks sell us out. They sell us out to the enemy, and then from that point, the enemy uses what you saw as the source energy from the youth. They use that energy to then manipulate this quote unquote masses, because that's where the energies originated from, the youth. But then they use what they would have as natural, come through their ranks, manipulate it, and as you said, force it out to the rest of the masses as what we would say natural.
All right, so let me put something on it. Here's what I think. When they talk about cosmic wars, that's what they were talking about. The cosmic wars were other civilizations coming into our civilizations.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And a war was lost, okay, on our side, right? So that Mayan population, they were smart. So as the terraforming, I want y'all to understand, imagine the terror that was going on with the planet being excavated, terraformed, those trees being torn down, just like they show in Avatar. Okay, but worse.
At that point, they would be hostages. They would be prisoners of war.
Exactly, they would be prisoners of war, right?
At that point, and they're witnessing this happening.
They're witnessing it happening. Survive. But the ancestors, because they were so high vibrational, they knew what the technology was about. They understood the technology of that black sun.
Right, no, because it's one and the same. That coil has to be coupled with the technology that's already there. It has to be within the same frequency, within the same how can I say, harmonic, right? As Brother Odell says, the 55th harmonic. It still has to have a musical scale. So they knew what they were working with. It was our old technology. Our technology they repurposed for their own.
So that's fair. That's absolutely fair. So basically, that's how the ancestors knew, because all they did was set their particular coil on top of our natural ley line technology.
Well, we already knew
which
how
the
to use
ancestors already knew how to do.
Yeah.
So that's big bars.
Right.
That's big bars, nephew Nuwa. Exactly. So the Mayans already knew how the shit worked. So, and somebody just dropped in the chat, Mayans kept count. So they're like, oh shit. That Mayan calendar, let me get it out. That Mayan calendar, as I've been trying to tell you all, keeps count of their technology, of the black sun.
Facts. That's what that clock is. It's not about our world end.
Okay.
It's about their technology.
That was the ancestors, the Mayans, saying this is how their fucking technology works.
Facts.
This is when this shit is gonna break down.
You know what this reminds me of? Star Trek. Star Trek always used to try to show this. When you get caught in a tractor beam and you how much G's you have to pull on your engine to pull yourself free from it. So
You breaking up, sis.
States,
All I
this
heard
planet
was Star
is
Trek.
in the really. I wonder why. I'm sitting right at it.
Okay.
No, you know why. But start over, please.
Yeah.
Oh, because we're doing something they don't want. Because
yeah. But go on and say what you.
So it's like you're caught in the tractor beam. So they always used to maneuver out of the force field of something that was pulling them in by revving up their motors. In this case, they knew how long it'll be before it burned out. And so that's probably why the Mayans used their calendar to keep count.
Exactly.
It was more of a calculator than a.
It was more like a calculator.
How long before this shit ends? Okay.
Exactly.
Right. What power it had and all this kind of stuff. Exactly. It reminds me of Star Trek.
It wasn't really an end. It wasn't really that the Mayan calendar ended. It was an equation that they found out. It was more of a sum.
It was it was the tracking of their technology, the black sun.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what that calendar was. Okay. So shout out to the Mayans. Sis Nonya said the Mayans was laying up there with them long dreads. Yeah, girl. Smoking on some trees. Like, okay, y'all think y'all motherfucking slick. But see, you forget that us particular beings, this is just one particular realm. So even what we showed you on UnCONPromeyezed with all of those different realms, y'all do realize even what they showed you, that's still just one universe. You do realize that, right?
This place here.
One egg, one
okay.
Incubator.
And shout out to y'all for cracking that code tonight, that the reason this is the end all be all, meaning planet Earth, is because we are literally the center of the universe. This particular universe, okay?
Ninth quadrant.
Okay? The reason why America is so important is because of the people, the ancient ancestors connected to this information. They understood it all, okay? They understood the major first reset. The first reset before that Bible kicked in, where everybody is so married to, okay?
Hooked up on it.
Okay.
Our ancestors were the first to die before the witches and warlocks. It was our Incas and
right, and it was the Inca civilization, y'all, that they talked about in Black Panther, by the way, or Wakanda Forever. But yes.
But I'm saying in that area, let's just say that area. Let's just
that area, absolutely.
That's America. It's not
that's
Africa.
Mm-hmm.
It's America, where this is originating from. It's America, where the source of, let's say, fall happened. And then you can say wherever it went to. But we know it's from that point where we're having this discussion.
Right. Okay, so we're going to finish up this article, and then we're going to wind down, and then we'll pick back up next week. But shit, this was pretty good, sis. Very, very good article. Okay, so the data hints that the inner core might be in, we talked about it, that it's shifting back. If so, something is probably happening to the magnetic and gravitational forces that drive the inner core's rotation. Such changes might link the inner core to broader geophysical phenomena. We read this, such as the increase or decrease in the length of day on Earth. Still, many questions remain, such as how to reconcile the slow pace of the changes that Yang and Song report with some of the faster changes reported by others. Okay, so again, let's be clear that coil done burnt out. Because Mother Earth done burnt it out. And with the assistance of the people that's tuned in to Mama Earth, your consciousness tuned right into that shit and burnt it out. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what they're telling you. And it got burnt out because, again, mama shifted her frequency. I've been telling y'all that she's going to shift her frequency to the point where they can't keep up. I've been telling you all that for years. That's why I told you what was going on with this 5G, 6G, 7G. They can't keep up.
They're slipping. You heard them say it themselves. It's slip.
The only way out of the Morris is to wait for more earthquakes to happen. A long history of continuous recording of seismic data is critical for monitoring the motion of the heart of the planet. Whoa, they said the heart of the planet? Get the fuck out of here.
They need to know the rhythm. They need to know what frequency to be on.
They literally said the heart of the planet.
They ain't playing.
Full disclosure.
This is disclosure. Now, why ain't this headline news? Shit.
What do you mean?
Fuck a Grammy or somebody falling out or some concert tickets. I don't give a damn about that.
Hoochie coochie. What do you mean?
So shout out to Sis Rachelle for sending this. This is off of nature.com. Came out a couple weeks ago in January. Has Earth's inner core, which is really the black sun, stopped its strange spin. Yeah, fam, this shit is over. Wrap it on up. It's goddamn it, it's over.
We're watching it happen.
Yeah, you're literally witnessing something very, very great.
And to be honest, Auntie, I think we were like our energy signature was really, let's say, sent here or was meant to be here for this moment. Because what else are we here for? But to make sure that we continue this positive energy moving forward. Because when it falls, let's see, the NPCs, they don't know what to do. They're looking at us like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Fly away. They're going to do
everything is to combat us. All their technology is to prevent us from doing X. So they're waiting for us to do whatever it is we're supposed to do.
So to save them.
And that's why we are talking about creation. That's why we're giving you the metaphysics behind how the realm works. That's why we are encouraging you to get in your 1% mode, which is you're at the doctrine level. Okay. Last year was grad school. Now you at the doctrine level.
Ooh, made the fucking honor roll. Oh, yeah.
Okay. At the doctrine level, you have to come up with something new, right? That's what a thesis is all about. So I'm very calculated in what I do. When I told you to go create the world you want to live in, I literally meant that shit. That's the point where you are at.
So
this ain't for everybody, okay?
Like that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, nephew.
So I got a question, Dan. So with this being said, breaking this down, that basically from what I'm getting is that we was the ones that made. I don't think we can put it on other entities or other beings for making the coil. We was the ones that made the coil. We was the ones who probably made that technology.
Initially, we made a coil. We made a coil.
We made it, and those who are of wicked vibrations, they went and they took advantage of that.
Let's say it like whatnot.
That. And let's just put it out like there. And because of that, those who knew what was going on said, you know what? Because we was the ones who, let's say we was the ones that messed up. Fact. So we are the ones who have to fix it. So that will make sense to why we have people who are constantly being reincarnated or individuals who are reincarnated.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because you messed up, you brought this in here, you put this template on this realm, and now you need to be the ones who break it. So
say like no one else has that understanding of how to break it.
Because it's based off of the frequency of the beings of Mother Earth of this realm. So the only ones who can fix it are the ones who made it, and the ones who made it would have to be ones who was able to tune in to the frequency naturally, who was already of the frequency.
Exactly.
So do
So that
y'all? I'm sorry. Go
The
ahead, nephew.
NPC,
I don't want to break your
you know,
stride.
isn't
Now let
equal
him
none
get
of
it
it.
out. Let him get it out. Let him get it out. Let him get it out because this is a code. He's giving you a
so
code. Go ahead, nephew.
so so we was the ones who was able to connect into that source code of this realm because we are of this realm.
Fact.
And so when let's say whatever beings we call the Anunnakis, whoever it was, they peep game and they said, "Oh, okay, all right, we finna take over. We finna put this lock on y'all. Boom. We finna put this. We finna do what we do on y'all. Boom." And those who was of higher elevation, some was able to get away and see everything from a distance.
Yeah.
And though it was some who was not able to get away.
No, they were with it. They were with it.
You know, but who weren't able to ascend off and leave off into the ether.
Exactly. That's what
ascend.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, but some people were about the fuckery. That's what I'm saying. Just know that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So because of that, it's like, okay, well, we made this tech. We caused this problem. We caused this descension. So we have to come back and we have to recycle to fix this.
Correct.
And this is the time frame that this is gonna last. So within this time frame, it don't matter how many times we recycle, we still gonna be locked into this because this is the time frame of this machine. Now we have to keep coming back. No, because think about it. Because if that was the case, if we could have been did it, we would have been did it.
Exactly.
So it was obvious.
Come on
it was
with
obvious.
Come on,
look,
bring it home. Bring it home.
It was obvious. It was obvious that okay, nope, you started it, so you got to ride this out.
You gonna finish?
Well, I guess.
And that was the
right.
Right, that was the contract. That was the deal. Because and I can honestly see, Mother Earth or a higher being come up. Oh, hold on, y'all fucked up. Y'all did this. You did what you wasn't supposed to do. Because of that, you have to lock into this. You got to ride this out. You got to take these ass whoopings, these licks until this ends. Once this ends, though, once this ends, it's home free. What you do from here is up to you.
Contract.
Okay. Now the contract is on you. It ain't no contract. It's whatever you sign up for. It's what you sign up for.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So now we are at the stage to where it's an automatic ascension because we were such an automatic descension and an automatic locked in.
Right. No. It's an automatic ascension, and it's up to the motherfuckers to stay in position that they want to be in and be susceptible to Matrix or feel the rise. That's automatic, as you're saying. It's automatic.
Let him get it out. Give him grace and let him get it out because he's literally just cracked a code and it's an important code. So if you can, nephew, and get out what you were trying to say.
Okay, so basically from what I'm seeing is that because you roll this out now it's a huge shift towards the opposite direction. So it does not matter. It does not matter if you want to try to go back into it. If you want to go back, lock back into it. There is no more of it no more. It's riding out regardless. So because of that, and Mother Earth is ascending, and because everything has towards the shift towards the opposite direction. Now we are at the point to where that the only way you gonna be locked into that system right now is by just like we said, just willingly being in consent. However, even being in willing consent of this, it's still crashing and burning.
Absolutely
correct. But you crashing
period.
with it.
So you gonna it's not even you gonna crash with it. You gonna crash into a whole different setting that you can't even comprehend because it hasn't even been made yet.
Well, yeah, I agree with you.
It hasn't even been made yet.
Correct. Because this is
so
the
it's
shift.
literally you're literally seeing how it was in those millions, billions, or however time it was in the beginning. How the creator just start, boom, I'm finna start making this. I'm finna start creating this. I'm finna start creating that. Now we are in the era to where the creator is sitting back and the babies of the creator are now doing what the creator has done. Now it's a whole different era from then. So now the creator, he or she is sitting back. Okay, now you at this point to where I was at. Now you at the point to where everything is happening and you won't even know what's going. You can't even comprehend and fathom what is about to erupt, and you have to go along with it because why? You put yourself in this predicament.
You put yourself in this
Facts.
position. So
You put yourself in this position.
sorry.
Go ahead, Auntie.
So no. Let me give you your
Drop that bomb.
Yeah, you cracked the code tonight because it lines up with what we've been telling you all, that there are no victims, okay? It lines up to us telling you what is your purpose on this planet, okay? So, damn, y'all, this is deep.
Keep it a wrap.
You should start to understand why the Mayans stopped that calculation of time. It is very, very, very deep.
It was not accidental.
Okay? This is why you have to be on some 1% shit. You have to be a creator. Like nephew just said, some of the stuff hasn't been built yet. And it's even dry. And shout out to Brother Odell, because he would even say that their time traveling / remote viewing technology, they're freaking out because they can't tap into the future frequency.
That is what I mean. That's what that means.
They can't even tap into it. They're like, what the fuck? We can't see nothing no more.
Because
it hasn't even been built yet.
It hasn't been built. I'm gonna put it this way.
Drop a bomb on that, Auntie. Drop a bomb on.
But it also makes sense why Lemuria crashed. It makes sense why Atlantis crashed. It makes sense to where when Egypt was here in the Grand Canyon and it crashed. It makes sense to why they had to constantly they had to keep moving our realms is not the frequency, but the chakras of the realm itself, because all the other chakras are in fixed points except for the third eye chakra. That's the one that constantly moves.
Consciousness.
All right, so that means that it's constantly moving because it can't be in a set state, because the reason why it had to constantly move, because it was locked into something that it wasn't supposed to be locked into
in the first place.
So because it knew that Mother Earth that was basically Mother Earth's fail safe to keep her from being locked in.
Yeah,
she had to keep moving her consciousness, her third eye consciousness. She had to keep moving that around. That was her fail safe because of what we did, we messed up at. So she was like, I'm gonna make sure that I'm good.
We won't lock in. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Whatnot, because this wasn't on me. Because it wasn't on her.
Exactly. And hopefully we get now why the Mayans stopped, because calculation of that Mayans calendar was tied to the black sun, but also it stopped because I ain't finna document a motherfucking thing what's gonna happen in the future, period. Because it's gonna be so limitless. Number one, I'm not finna give you no clues. You need to be really on your 1% priestesshood and priest shit. The witches and wizards, and create. Okay?
Yeah, it's about creators now. Yeah.
You have to be the creator now.
Well, that's why you yeah.
None of this is a coincidence, fam. You literally really have to step up your consciousness game and create. And that's why last week when we got into timelines a little bit, we talked about some of you are aware of going to other particular realms via astro traveling, and you're creating. You're creating something new. Okay? So what we want you to get out of this, it goes back to, again, you have the power, you have the control. Go create. Go create your reality. It's literally all open. Oh shoot, my auntie's birthday tomorrow. It's literally all open. Okay? We had to come back and clean up the shit that was messed up. Why do you think I've been telling y'all for years, sweep around your own doorstep? Why do you think I've been telling y'all for years, break the generational curses? Why do you think I kept telling you all within the last couple months, what you do now will impact and set up for the future generations to come? There was a reason for that. Okay? So yes, it's serious business, but the good part about it, it's a beautiful thing. You have the control. And just like we sitting up here talking about, the Inca civilization and the Mayans, and they going to be talking about your ass right along with it. Okay? As they sipping and smoking and drinking on something totally different. If they sipping, smoking, and drinking.
Chocolate.
Shit. They may not want to eat, okay? They may not want to emit these particular words frequency. It may go back to telekinesis. It may go to something else. But the point being, what you are doing now, you're creating. So it's important for you to stay on your game. Stay focused. This bullshit, that shouldn't even be in your consciousness. Because
you're gonna
if you're
literally
focused,
create what you do.
Exactly. Because if you're focused on what you're supposed to be focused on, that bullshit, you ain't even got time for it.
Phase out. Yeah.
You don't have time for it. Quote,
Hey,
time
Auntie
or frequency
Rhonda.
for it. Yes, sir, nephew.
That movie I told you about, the
I done
anime
wrote it
movie.
down. Yeah, baby, because that's when
So,
they kicked you off. The land
laws
of
of the sun.
the law
The
of the
laws of the
sun.
sun.
The law of the sun. Anime. Shit, they gonna kick
Yeah.
you off. But go
I
on.
had put the link. I put the link in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
perfect.
it's too late for that. It's too late for that now. Because so what they was showing, what I was saying was the reason why our people worship the sun, because the sun represents the energy of the creator. The energy of the creator that created the one who seated us here. That's what they were saying. And they was breaking down how insignificant the reptilians was. They broke down how insignificant your boy Enlil.
Situation.
Oh yeah. They broke down how insignificant your boy Enlil was.
Child, and you know I'm finna
Remember how the
yeah, Inky brother, like Sister Divinity said,
Inky Binky them.
Binky, because she could never remember Enlil's name.
Inky Binky them.
Yeah, they broke down how insignificant these different beings was. And basically the creator who seated us here, he was showing like, okay, I keep putting these people in predicaments because they keep falling from grace. Because why they start getting attacked, get low density, get low vibrational. And that was the constant falls. That was the constant falls and whatnot. So that he had to keep reincarnating different beings and whatnot to keep refreshing everybody. Let them know, okay, this is based off love and frequency. This is about embracing your vibration. And it kept going on to breaking down how the more you keep focusing on this low vibrational shit, the more you gonna keep descending to hell. The more you gonna keep allowing the different beings to take control over you. But if you keep yourself in that high vibrational state, as you say, you're gonna be able to keep creating and create your own world. Create what you do, create what you want to have going on. Yeah. And it shows that the only reason why we in this state and we allowing people to basically have power over us is because we keep giving them the power. We keep falling prey to their game.
Consent.
And it makes sense to how we kept why these different civilizations broke down. Why these different realms kept shutting, these different times when we got to certain peaks and it had to be a reset. The resets wasn't because we was warring and whatnot with other realms and other races. We kept warring within ourselves because we kept losing sight of who the Most High was.
Yeah, who we're supposed to be. Yeah.
We kept losing sight of the fact, like this sun, this light that's being within you, you keep losing sight of it. You keep losing sight of what the heck
losing sight of your higher self.
Exactly. You keep losing sight of yourself.
Yeah, because you're looking outside of everything but self. Okay.
And those souls will keep reincarnating.
You keep reincarnating. Absolutely.
In a negative way instead of ascending, because you're supposed to do what that creator that seeded you here do. You're supposed to go off and start seeding in other realms, in other universes, and creating other infinite universes, and so on and so forth.
So let me just add on to that. You're not going to get the ability to create anything if your frequency don't match. You're not. Let me say that another way. You're not qualified.
Exactly.
Let me be clear. Okay, you're not qualified to create universes / realms. You're not qualified to do it.
Come on, Auntie. Come on.
Okay, and rightfully so. Only thing you're qualified to do is keep cycling back your energy into a lower density.
For real.
And to keep, quote, quote, learning
until
how to tap into your higher self.
Yeah.
So this is why I say energy match energy. If you are at a certain vibration, there's no way in quote, quote, hell, because that's what you in when you're staying in your lower self. That's fucking hell.
Right.
If you are a high frequency functioning being, it hurts you to be in hell. So you're never going to convince moi, people that deal with low frequency, low vibrational shit. How are you, quote, quote, conscious? It's not possible. So I'm going to say this to the slow ones in the back. And this is why, and I'll use this example, in the fucking conscious community, they can't get a motherfucking thing done. Because they are not qualified to create.
Faking it.
So goddamn it, if you can't create while we here in this low 3D density,
you know what I mean?
I know you can't create a motherfucking thing on no higher realms. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. If you can't create shit in this low density frequency, you're not finna fucking convince me that you can create on a higher frequency level, and definitely not in no motherfucking other realms. Cause you ain't proved it to me yet here, nigga.
You haven't got through a relationship yet worthwhile.
Take the relationship out. Fuck a relationship.
I mean, just with anybody. You haven't made it right on this planet.
You ain't created here. So when I say sweep around your doorstep, I fucking mean that shit, nigga. Prove it to me.
The motherfucking broom.
You talking this shit, but I don't see no creations going around this bitch.
Dusty motherfucker.
This is what's going to set the 1% apart from the rest.
You know what I mean?
Either you're operating at that level, you're making stuff happen, or you ain't. This ain't about no ego. This ain't about no bragging rights or who got the most of this or the most of that. Fuck all of that.
Clout chasers, check that shit.
What is your purpose on this planet? What is your soul's purpose? If you don't know that, I already know you're not operating in a higher frequency.
You know what I mean?
And if you know that and you're not doing it, so there you have it. So we're gonna wind down. Damn, it's 11:40. This was the bomb discussion tonight. You all laid it out.
It was.
Y'all need to hit the freaking subscribe button if you haven't already. Tap into Auntie's Cash App if you haven't already. Hit the like button at least for showing up. That's attendance if you haven't already. Give thanks to yourself if you haven't already. We love you. So you know, give thanks.
So shout
They
out
was
to
trying to cut the line. They had the bots coming in, the little
Child,
bots.
yeah, you know, every time we get on
you cooking.
right, when we get on that dun, here come the sex bots. Yo, no vibrational ass shit.
We do it for the bots.
So that's just the proof right there. You just the conversation on this fucking app. You can raise the frequency that they try to disturb this shit.
So hot.
Right. Okay, so shout out to Brother Odell, our brother / cousin from the UK, for pulling up on us. We truly appreciate you, brother.
Bam.
So,
sure.
you know, when you're able to drop back in, so we can get it cracking. Shout out to Brother Sean. He had to drop off and go do an errand. So shout out to him. Nephew Antoine, you have any last words for the fam? You know you cracked the motherfucking code tonight. So nephew done took and told y'all.
That was good.
Okay, he done took and told y'all that we pretty much created the shit first. We created something artificial first. It was hijacked.
Right.
Motherfucking war broke out.
You know what I mean?
And it is what it is today. So you have any last words for the family, nephew Antoine?
Hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. The more and more I even delve deep into this, it scares the shit out of me to my core. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. For real. Like it's not
That's
something that
understandable.
It is. It's that deep because you like when you start having to accept that, you have to accept the rules that come with it.
Come on with it.
And you have to comprehend that this ain't no play. And it's scary, you know, because there's nobody that you can turn to but except for within self. You can't turn to nobody except for within yourself. And I had this premonition myself. The only way you can go and connect with God and be God and be your higher self, you have to challenge and you have to go against the devil within yourself. You have to go within the lower nature of yourself. So for you to go to be your higher self, you have to defeat your lower self. For you to be who you need to be, you have to beat yourself right there, who you currently are.
Master that shit.
And it's a constant battle because it's going to test you in every single way. Now, is it worth it? We're gonna see on the other side. Because damn it, us going through what we're going through now it ain't worth it at all.
No, it ain't.
At all. We know you're seeing the results that come with being in this lower level. Exactly. I'm gonna take my chances.
Exactly with what the fuck I create. Shit.
You know, and you know, it's a good feeling knowing that, you know, that's what it is. Oh, and you know that comet just passed. That comet just passed this past week ago. You know, they had that comet in the sky.
The green one.
Yeah, they pulling everything out their arse.
Yeah, they put. They
and we give no fucks about none of that, baby. This shit is over with.
Yeah, that was the you know, comments signify the ending of times.
Exactly.
You know? And it was the last time. And the last time that came around was 50,000 years ago. So that was just a sign that, hey, this is the ending of that cycle. We passing on to the next.
Right.
And just to close out, listen, people, it's worth delving into, and it's worth doing, because the results that you get is going to amaze you on what you can achieve and what you gonna create.
Potential.
And when you transition on, you will know that at least when you transition on, you're not coming back to the same shit.
Nah.
You transition on,
deuces. Mm-hmm.
and you going on to a higher level that you can't fathom.
Mm-hmm.
However, you got to do what you need to do to get to that point. And they're gonna do everything that they can do, as you can see, to keep you from doing that. But there's nothing that it's naturally going to happen. So keep pushing, keep striving, keep enduring, because you already done endured hell. And many of us done recycled and went through hell and came back.
Right.
And
got the motherfucking t-shirt and the hoodie. Shit.
Got the t-shirt, got the hoodie, you got the cup, and you came back for all the follow-up meetings and whatnot. You know that it ain't benefiting you whatsoever.
Not at all. Not at all.
This is what you pass on to the next generation. This is what by knowing this is what you're supposed to pass on to the next generation. And you can pass the torch gracefully, knowing that you creating beings that can transcend creation itself. And that's a good feeling, knowing that you're a creator that can create, and you creating other beings, and you igniting that ability for them to create.
Right.
And you breaking the shackles that these low vibrational beings can't put on them no more. You literally putting them in the state to where they will no longer have to go through the torment and torture that we previously went through. That we set up on ourselves. They don't have to go through that.
They don't have to go through that. Absolutely.
On our shoulders.
And then they can know the truth on why they don't have to go through that. They don't have to go they don't have to go about it in La La Land. They can know the truth. And you can sit back and rest easy. And then you can go on and do this through existence.
And you don't have to recycle back to this motherfucker.
Exactly. You can go on through existence being what you're supposed to be. Getting back close with God, as they say, connecting back with your God self.
With the source. Exactly.
With source.
Indeed.
So I love y'all. Wholeness and power, as Elder Sean would say. And hey, let's stick at it, man. We ain't at war with the being. We ain't at war with the white man. We ain't at war with the black man. We at war with ourselves, and we not even at war. We know all we doing. We just keep turning our back from the light that we emit. We keep closing our eyes from our own light.
Exactly.
But we can't.
Responsibility.
So let's embrace it and let's keep pushing forward.
Indeed.
We love you, Lancelot.
Thank you, nephew.
Hey, no problem. Hey, y'all.
You did an excellent job. That
Drop
was
a bomb for him one time, Auntie.
Yes, indeed.
You showed up.
Indeed.
Hey, I'm just telling y'all what I'm saying. That's all.
Nope, you right on point.
We love you for that, bro.
Absolutely on point. Because you explained it in a way that I couldn't explain it. By saying, we did this shit ultimately, but you did it flawlessly. That was very, very good.
The swastikas, I know it's feathers showed that the cheese head dress, they knew all about it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They were high priests and priestesses, and shout out Brother Shrugs, who was in the chat, when he sent me a picture of one of them Inca chiefs, and showed a ritual, and that same ritual that the Masonic organizations use today. I said, okay, I got it. This was the confirmation that I need. I'm with you.
Yeah, that was good.
So y'all keep doing what you're doing. Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Well, I just like to say off the bat, refer back to 5 minutes ago and re-listen to what Brother Antoine said, because that was the GOAT. Because basically everything he said was 100% true. With that energy, I like to talk about resonation. And when we talk about that, is literally we need to not care about, as you said, the majority of the masses. And I resort back to, excuse me, I resort back to music and frequency. I can prove the point by saying when you have, let's say we call musical keys or
which we were supposed to go over tonight, but we'll get to it next week. But go ahead, nephew.
tuning forks. Let's tuning forks, right? For example, with a group of tuning forks, you have, let's say, from major C to high C, and we know about tuning forks. When you strike one particular note, let's say major C, it will only resonate with that higher C or that lower C. It will miss all the other notes in between. It will not even touch any of them. It will only touch that key. Again, you strike a tuning fork, you strike it with the same frequency of tuning fork, higher or lower next to it, it will resonate, meaning it will transfer energy from that to the next one. So what has happened? We just documented that Mother Nature, her tuning fork, which was at high C, she's now at C sharp, but men them are still at C. And for whatever reason, they can't. They're trying. They went to 5G, they went to 6G, they're trying everything. They can't move to that C sharp. And we naturally are on that C sharp frequency. It's us suppressing our abilities, us suppressing our natural focus, our natural, let's say like this. In your mind, you hear a voice say you can do it. You will attempt to do something and you hear a voice say you can't do it. If you listen to that voice that say you can't do it, you can't do it. You listen to that voice say you can. Meaning nature is giving you the opportunity to resonate on her frequency, but then you'll hear what you'll call the devil tell you can't. You can resonate on that frequency and you won't. But if you resonate with that frequency that told you could, you will. It's the same frequency that's happening. It's the same understanding, same energy. Nature has moved. She's shifted her frequency to an ether-based frequency. And if you want to stay in your third density reality where friggin' fiat currency is the shit and fuck the woman, then you know what? Then all right, you're gonna die. I'll say it like that. You're not gonna get recycled in the manner that you're gonna want to, and you're gonna turn into a dog or some sort of friggin' animal that you're not gonna, you have no real purpose in life but being eaten. For the rest of us that are on high density, high frequency, we're gonna get the knowledge to continue our existence. I've learned that there was tribes before, let's say, I think World War I, or when they were starting their nuclear bomb blasts, that were living to 150, 200 years of age, documented. Only after the radiation, they start to decrease their age. I'm hearing my family now, or people around me, talk about they're dying at 40s and 50s. I'm like, whoa. So you had a generation that was at 200 years old, living strong, and now we're dying at 50. Wow, we've really depleted our energy source to a point where we can't really continue this frequency. And that's for me, I'm like, good. A lot of these people, they shouldn't be here. A lot of these people, they're not supposed to recycle back into what Mother Nature is trying to recreate.
Absolutely.
Great. I know myself, I'm building my body, my bodysuit to be 110, 200 years plus, because I know she has a point or a purpose for my frequency that I need to resonate with. If I eat junk food, if I focus on what the masses are focusing on, you know what? I'm not going to maintain the energy source, the frequency to maintain the life source. Right. If I tap into her, she's going to give me the codes, the nutrients, hey, eat this, tap into this, listen to that. And I'm going to be able to sustain my mental energy. First of all, it's mental. So if you don't have that mental focus, you're not going to be able to tap into what you need to do in your body. So if she's not giving you that intuition, as we call it, you're not going to have it to go forward. And I'll say that as a male, we talked about the X and the Y. The females are carbon copies. They're getting that frequency one-on-one, which is why as males, we always know we have to go to the oracle to get our information. Exactly. All the movies told us straight up, if you're the one, you go back to the Matrix, Neil had to go back to an oracle with a black woman of knowledge, and she told him some bullshit to get him to do what he needed to do.
What he needed to do for fucking self.
Right, for self, so that he can affect what he should affect to. He didn't tell him that what he wanted to hear, told him what he needed to hear so he can do for self. And that's what men know you're not realizing. You have to get with righteous women that are tapped in so we can go to them so they can now give us the information we need so we can go back and tap into self how we should. We may not hear how we want it, but it's what we should get because we're supposed to be on that frequency. And if you're a bitch ass motherfucker and it hurts your feelings, well, you know what? It wasn't for you. Sit back, be your beta male self. You know, the rest of us will friggin' do what we need to do, and we'll maintain the frequency how it's supposed to be, because that's what the males are supposed to be there for.
And to
We're
be
supposed to
honest,
help
we don't want y'all. Shit. You're not being selected, so don't think you hurting our feelings, and you can't threaten us with it. You know you need a man, you gonna die alone, bitch. You right? Because if it's
No, it's
between
alright.
me being with your pussy ass, okay,
Now, I realize
or
we
being
don't
with
need
me, nigga, I'm gonna choose me all alone. Because you know why?
we don't need them
You're
babies
not qualified.
Facts. As
I
Angie said,
can't
you're not
create
qualified.
shit with you on a higher frequency.
Yeah, what nature has ready for us is your energy frequency. She does not want to reprocreate, plain and simple. So if females are tapping into themselves and they're not giving you
degeneracy.
the opportunity, they're not giving you the opportunity to reprocreate, you know what? That means your frequency wasn't
You
high enough.
haven't been chosen. Go on, sit the fuck down. And you could keep whining and arguing. You still ain't gonna get selected.
Facts.
That was a very good drop.
I love you too, Angie.
Love you too. And you didn't even argue about XYC nephew be getting
All right, no, because like I said,
he be getting it. He just be wanting Annie to go on and get upset and have a star fucking moment. Nephew be getting it in the core of his core. He be knowing what the fuck I'm talking about.
I know how to drop it. I know what's going on. That's why I'm here. I know how to take a lash. I know how to take a licks. You know what I mean? So for me, it's not about how it affects me. It's about making sure the woman.
It's not about ego. It's not
right?
about
So,
that shit.
So for me, I'm happy that, as you said, it's about the moment.
Exactly.
Going back, we're going to look in the past. We are now the ancestors. We were in this moment giving our best to make sure that the generations behind us have the codex, the mindset to do what they need to do for self. Because again, It's not about doing for us. Fuck that shit. Do for yourself. If you do for yourself, you know what? I don't have to do for you. And then thus I can do more for myself. No? And then we can do more for each other. Right? All right, cool. So with that, I'll yield. I love you. Shout out to the cast and members in the crew. Brother Odell, Brother Antoine, Scotty Saturn, big up yourself. I didn't see Uncle, but you know what? I love you same way. Auntie Sandra, thank you for showing up as usual. We appreciate the energy. We love you for that. And Auntie Rhonda, once again, from my perspective, you're my oracle. And I thank you for being there for us to tap into so that we can gather the energy or the resources we need to maintain this frequency. Because again, there's a lot of females that are not on your level. And I'm saddened. Like I come on here and I'm saying, shit, why isn't every gal like this? Why do I have to sift through a whole bunch of obviously NPCs to find gems? And I realized, that's because
gems are rare, baby.
Right. No, gems are nature. As you said,
gems are rare. That's why you got to get with the rareness. Because like I said, you can get a any, mini, miny, mo.
Right. But that's what they tell us we should have. And they're like, all right, cool.
And I'm not the 1, 2, or 3. Because that works both ways with even men. It's rare gems, okay? And I like I said, I don't dig in the motherfucking trash for nobody, baby.
You know what I mean? And that's one thing too. I shout out to brother Antoine for speaking on before when he's like, even when you're with someone, they're not on that frequency. You got to move forward because they're kind of holding you back. I had to realize that on my own level because I'm like, shit, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying hard, I'm doing my best. But you know what? Fuck that shit. If I maintain this frequency, then spirit is going to punish me for maintaining that fucking frequency. I'm supposed to speak out against it. I'm supposed to maintain another frequency. I'm supposed to maintain the frequency that it wants me to, that the spirit wants me to. And by doing so, I'm supposed to speak out on certain things. I'll say it like that.
Right.
And if I don't, I'm being punished for it. And then I'm deserving of that treatment. So yes, shout out to brother Antoine for that energy. You know what I mean? You have to move forward. You have to set that energy that you want, that frequency that you want, and move forward with it. Give thanks.
Indeed. Love you, nephew.
Love you.
I see y'all next week. Oh God.
All right. He's so silly. So, son Scotty, you have any last words for the fam?
Wow. No, I don't have much to say. Like tonight was very powerful, very insightful, very mind opening. Like it's very much, we are in this age of what is the frequency? What is the motherfucking frequency? Like literally, we are talking about signs and codes and symbols. We supposed to be in this Aquarius age, and people kind of get confused that it might be a water sign or age, but it's air. But then we see the sign, the what the actual symbol is for Aquarius. It's like those people think it's like waves, but actually it's like frequency. It's frequency. Like amplitude and wavelength. So we literally is in the age of getting your fucking frequency right. It's a frequency wars. It's an attack on your frequency. Your frequency is a commodity.
Yeah, energy signature. Yeah.
Damn.
So, I can't say anymore. Like,
yeah, you can end right there. You said your frequency is a what? You said commodity.
Commodity. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry.
That sums it up right there. Very good. Very good.
You guys, everybody was really on point.
Yeah.
So we'll be back to bring the frequency and bring the motherfucking bots out this bitch and try to get the fucking try to disturb the frequency.
Right.
But we can't be held back. So
I'm trying to tap in, bro. They're trying to tap in.
Twan was saying, you need to have that tenacity. Like, like you you have nothing. I think Brother Sean said that before he dropped off. Accountability. Like, where's the fucking accountability? Like, your frequency is your accountability.
Woo!
Like, it ain't nobody else. So yeah.
Damn, your frequency is your accountability.
That's pretty good.
Enough said. Damn, y'all bringing it. So safe travels, son. We love you. So safe travels. And,
be careful.
Hopefully you can join us next week.
Yeah.
You did a good job this week.
Yeah, y'all been bringing it. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
I just want to say good night to all the family, and I appreciate everybody's input, and I just love the knowledge. And thank you, Sis Rhonda.
Love you too, sis. I appreciate you.
And all our young men. I'm
so proud of them. God damn it, they be on here like boom, 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 boom.
I'm just
sitting back here. It ain't easy sitting on this panel. Everybody ain't worthy to sit on this panel. And one thing I love about these young men, because I go in. Okay, it is what the fuck it is. But
they laying that pussy out in front of you too, boy. You better watch out.
I didn't lay my vajayjay on y'all.
Oh my God!
Don't be sitting up
y'all
there
ain't ready, y'all ain't ready.
I don't appreciate you lying on my motherfucking vajayjay. I ain't brought my vajayjay in the equation. I'm just telling you.
Sorry, you laughing. Sorry. Woo.
What it is. So why is this screen showing something different?
And we give thanks to Brother Odell for showing up. That was a pleasure. It was really good that he showed
indeed.
Appreciate the cipher, yo. We love your energy. Thanks.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And I just wanted to add on too. It's very good energy, and I feel very grateful to be on a panel with two oracles. Like, it's just like it's like my family members. I'm like, oh my God, like, how did this happen? How did I find this?
We're
it's just
soul
it's
family.
the frequency.
Yeah, we're soul family, and we picked up our songs, and it's like, okay, yep, this is the soul family. Okay, that's what's gonna make stuff move. Okay, we're creating for the quote bloodlines families. Okay,
exactly.
So shout out to you all. Damn, y'all be bringing it. So. Shout out to my co-host tonight. So shout out to Brother Sean. Let me give him his hand clap.
Drop some flames in the chat.
Be safe, Brother Sean. I know you had to run some errands. Okay. Shout out to Brother Odell. Glad you were able to drop in. I know you just started your day in the UK. So shout out Brother Odell. Love you much. Okay, a shout out to nephew Antoine, came in and cracked the motherfucking code today.
That was
Shout out
good.
to you. Okay. All right, so shout out to my son Scotty, came in here throwing that ether knowledge to the fans. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to nephew Nuwa. See, I know he be sitting up here playing crazy with TT on this XX and XY stuff. God damn it, I knew he got it. Shout out to nephew Nuwa. Love you, nephew.
Love you,
Okay,
auntie.
and I'm glad he does it because it brings forth certain logic and we can talk through it. So he knows what he's doing. It's being done for a purpose. And so shout out to my sis Sandra, okay, my feminine sister that sits on the panel with me. So love you. Okay,
Love
so
you
shout
too.
out to the YouTube family and the chat. Y'all know y'all be bringing it. I love you all and appreciate you all too. Y'all be up in here and this man with us. Okay. Shout out to BCU family. Love you all very much. Okay. Y'all be in here. Creeping on in here. Okay. Shout out to LTC for the work that he's doing. Much appreciated as well. Okay. And then shout out to the YouTube family watching us. Okay. So with that said, fam, baby, we done said all we need to say. We will be back next week to continue on this topic. Love you all very much. Shit, y'all. I'm starving. I gotta go pop my popcorn and put me some hot sauce on it and try to come down to get some.
So you can get some
shut-eye.
sleep.
Yeah, so I can get some shut eye. So, fam, with that said, we're going to rock out. We are Truth Uncompromised family. We love you. Peace and love. We'll be back
Peace
next
and love.
week. We'll rock out with our closeout music.
All
So,
right.
love
We
you
love
all, fam. Y'all so silly.